Fox Sports.
We are Fox. We are Wisconsin.
Well, the road trip finally comes to an end today, or does it? It's raining here in Pittsburgh. Just about game time, and the rains have come in just the last few moments. The tarp is on the field, and we're expecting a little bit of a rain delay to get our final game started between the Brewers and the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's the final game of the season series between these two teams as well. So it is very important that they get the game in, and they're saying the cell is going to pass quickly, and we're going to have decent weather after that. I don't believe them, but we'll see how it goes. I'm Brian Anderson along with Bill Schroeder. Telly Hughes is standing by down there in the rain right now. We'll have plenty of updates for you to find out when we're going to be able to start this game. But, Rock, this has been a very difficult road trip weather-wise. Started in Cincinnati with a ton of rain. The Brewers and the Pirates are going to be delayed to start this one here. There's a lot on this game for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they're right on the heels of the St. Louis Cardinals, and they have a doubleheader on Tuesday, so you know they don't want to have any problems with the rain today. So the umpires did a good job getting yesterday's game in. We started in the rain. It stopped around the fifth inning, so hopefully it's going to be a quick pop-up shower. I believe him, by the way.
Pop-up shower.
I believe him.
Okay.
I believe him. I think it's going to get out of here, and we're going to get going.
I like to err on the side of the negative. That way I can be surprised when good things happen. Well, it's going to be Taylor Youngman on the mound today for the Brewers. He's had a very interesting season in his rookie season. He's won 9 games. 3 of those wins have come against the Pittsburgh Pirates, Rock, including his Major League debut. So this will be start number 4 for him.
Yeah, start number 4 in the second here in Pittsburgh, and he's only given up 3 runs in 20 innings against a very good Pittsburgh Pirate offense. And when you look at Taylor Youngman's season, he's coming off a rough outing his last time out against the Marlins, but each of the other 2 times he's had a rough outing, he's come back with wins. So maybe the familiarity and the good feelings he has against the Pirates are going to get things going for him today. He's got Francisco Liriano, a guy that he beat a couple of starts ago.
Yeah, it's a rematch with those two. Well, what should we do, Rock? You know what? I think you're right. The rain's starting to lighten up a little bit. We'll get you ready for baseball right after this. It's the Brewers and the Pirates.
Right now, the Pirates have won 12 of his last 13 starts. That includes 9 straight home games the Pirates have won when he's been out on the mound. The only game they've lost came to the Brewers. Back at Miller Park, Taylor Youngman beat him.
Got a big crowd on hand today on a Sunday afternoon. Good thing the rains have subsided, and looks like it's going to be beautiful here the rest of the day and on into the next week for the Pirates. That's good for them as they have 4 more home games remaining on this homestand. 2-1 to Segura, and that's in there for a strike. That is Paul Schreiber calling the balls and strikes this afternoon. The crew chief is Fieldin Colbreth. He's over at first base. Manny Gonzalez and Jim Reynolds join him on the bases. Both teams will take tomorrow off. The Brewers are headed home after the game tonight, after this long road trip, rain-filled road trip. And the Brewers are back in action on Tuesday against the St. Louis Cardinals. Meanwhile, the Pirates have the Cubs in for 4. They're going to have to play a doubleheader as part of a makeup game on Tuesday, and then single games Wednesday and Thursday. We'll know a lot more by the weekend where Clint Hurdle's Pirates are in the standings, with division rivals Chicago coming in for 4 games, and the Pirates are hoping the Brewers take care of the Cardinals in Milwaukee.
Yeah, Brewers have 7 more games remaining against St. Louis, 6 more against the Cubs. So a foe today are the Brewers to the Pirates, but hoping that the Brewers can do them some favors as the season winds down.
Last meeting between the Brewers and the Pirates here this afternoon. At one point, the Brewers had won 7 straight as Segura draws a leadoff walk, and that'll give us a chance to look at the Pirates defensively. Brought to you by Menards.
Yeah, pretty good defensive game for the Pirates last night. They have committed the most errors in all the National League. You got Harrison, McCutchen, and Travis Snyder. Snyder getting his first start in the series, and first start in right field this year. You got Gung, Mercer, and Walker, and Alvarez from third to first, and Francisco Cervelli behind home plate.
Josh Harrison back in left field today. Had a 4-hit game yesterday. Was on base 5 times. The Pirates are without 2/3 of their starting outfield today. Gregory Polanco just getting a day off. And Starling Marte's been dealing with a little shoulder soreness after being hit by a pitch on Friday night. Hernan Perez elevated into the 2 spot, and he's got one in the air to right field. Snyder is there to make the catch, and that'll be out number 1, the first out of the ball game.
And the Brewers have their right-handed hitting lineup in there today. Right now, the Brewers will not have a left-handed hitter in the starting lineup. All those guys on the bench, so maybe you might see those guys late in the game.
Ryan Braun with 1 away. Well, it was a bit of a dud last night for the Brewers. Playing in a steady rain yesterday. The Brewers lost their 2nd consecutive game here against Pittsburgh. A final of 10-2 last night, but Braun was one of the bright spots. Ryan had 2 hits, drove in a run. 4 for 10 in the series coming in.
And batting average up to .290. And knowing Ryan Braun, he might be able to touch that 300 mark before it's all over with.
He's had a great month of September to carry over a big August. He didn't hit for a whole lot of power. He had 5 home runs, but he hit .326 in the month of August. It's off to a great start in September, and he is the club leader in homers with 25. I guess if you hit 5 homers a month, that's a 30-homer season.
That's a good year.
Maybe let me retract that statement and say, just compared to Chris Davis, who hit 10 home runs, Braun pales in comparison, but Davis had one of those extraordinary months of August. And both are swinging the bat well. Davis hitting cleanup. He goes. 2-1 on Ryan.
Man, Liriano's going to change speeds on the fastball. He'll sink it. He'll throw a 4-seamer. He's got a terrific changeup and a slider. Both of those off-speed pitches, plus pitches for Liriano. Very good his last time out at Cincinnati. Had 10 strikeouts in a win.
Well, he's been able to wrestle back a career. Many felt he was close to the finish line prior to coming here to Pittsburgh. That pitch is in the dirt. Segura will advance to second. That'll be a wild pitch. Takes Liriano out of a double play chance and gives Braun an RBI chance here in the first inning.
You got to be ready to take that extra base when Liriano's out there in the mound. We talk about the slider and the changeup. Both of those pitches, a lot of times, are down in the dirt. You get the big secondary lead, and maybe you're able to get an extra base.
Three balls and a strike on Braun. And it's outside, ball 4. A couple of walks here in this first inning. Rock, you saw both starting pitchers prior to the tarp coming on the field. This was originally scheduled as a 1:35 start Eastern, so a 21-minute rain delay. What do starting pitchers do once they're looked like they were all the way ready, or at least close to being all the way ready?
Well, you know, Liriano was a lot closer than Youngman. You know, typically the visiting pitcher is going to be getting loose a little bit later. Of course, they both have to come in on time because you never know, you might get an at bat if you're the visiting pitcher, but it's not going to affect these guys too much. Maybe their routine off a little bit.
Maybe treat it like a long inning.
Yeah, 25-minute delay, right? No big deal.
These two teams very fortunate to get the game in last night. That was a major stress leading up to the game for all the particulars involved, just because it is the final matchup of the regular season. And the Pirates more than the Brewers, because the Pirates are in a pennant race, but they did not want to have to play a doubleheader today and then have a doubleheader on Tuesday against the Cubs. Even with expanded rosters, doubleheaders statistically don't normally go into sweeps.
Right. Typically
it's a split.
And the umpiring crew did a good job getting it going. It was really raining hard around the third, fourth innings, but kind of cleared up after the fifth. Fielding Colbert, the crew chief, he's in charge of that.
A swing and a miss. Davis strikes out. Liriano's signature changeup. He's got a changeup and a slider, and when he's got them both going, he can be very tough.
He's got a season high this year, 12 strikeouts. That came back in May 24th against the Yankees. I should say against the Mets. So he does have that swing and miss ability, and it was evident his last time out against the Reds. 10 strikeouts in only 6 innings for Liriano.
You go back to his start against Atlanta in late June, so June 26th in Atlanta. Since that time, Liriano is 6-1 with a 3.30 earned run average. And there's a little backdoor slider in there for a strike. Jason Rogers trying to become the most newsworthy Rogers on this Sunday, and it's worth another look. Columbia St. Mary's, we take you back to June 9th. And Rogers with a home run off Liriano. And back in the lineup this afternoon. Pet Council likes those memories, and a player that's had some success against a pitcher, especially a young player like Rogers. You roll him back out there. Zips a fastball in.
That's that two-seamer, starts in off the plate. Can't give up on it. Starts into a right-hander, away to a lefty. You got to stay on it.
One ball, 2 strikes. The Brewers have 2 on in this first inning. Rogers trying to deliver a big hit. Both runners go, pitch in the dirt, and that'll be a double steal. Segura and Braun credited with stolen bases, and now a base hit could plate a couple here. Two and 2 to Rogers. Slow roller. Going to be a tough play. Barehanded. The throw, and it's off the mark. And here comes Braun, and he will score. So 2 runs come in. And the Brewers take the early lead this afternoon.
Yeah, that might be a single RBI and then an E1. We'll see how they score it. It might be a straight error. But just able to get a piece of it right off the end of the bat on the changeup. Liriano doing a good job getting there. A good throw gets him. Yeah, but Braun with good heads-up base running took a hard turnaround third. Once he saw that ball squared away, he's able to score. The Brewers already with 2 runs, and they still haven't got a ball out of the infield.
Now they'll score it as an infield hit for sure. Haven't seen an error posted yet, but you figure there's got to be an error to account for Braun scoring.
Right. No way he scores if Alvarez catches the baseball.
So credit Rogers with an infield hit and an RBI at least. And 2-0 Brewers. And they will give the pitcher Liriano an error on the throw. So single, error, 1 RBI, 2 runs in.
And the thing is, if it was a good throw, they might have been able to get the out. But again, the grass is probably a little bit wet. It took them a while to get the tarp down in the heavy rains before the game started. Might not be the last bad throw you see from an infielder.
Domingo Santana takes a strike. And rain came hard, quickly, right before first pitch. Matter of fact, they were in the middle of the national anthem. Had a choir out there singing the anthem. And when they walked out on the field, no rain. And by the time they got done with the anthem, they were all drenched.
And the ground crew was trying to be respectful and not put the tarp on while the anthem was being sung. But they canned that idea. They quickly put the tarp on right in the middle of the anthem.
Half swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Inning over. Couple of strikeouts for Liriano, but the Brewers scored twice after a 21-minute rain delay. Off we go in Pittsburgh. The Allegheny River in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Brewers with 2 on the board in the first inning. Let's check the Pittsburgh Pirates batting order turned in by Clint Hurdle. Josh Harrison, after his 4 hits last night, he leads off today. Neil Walker's up in the 2 spot today with Andrew McCutchen batting 3rd. And in the middle of the order, Jung Ho Kang, Pedro Alvarez, and Francisco Cervelli. Travis Snyder, Jordy Mercer, and Francisco Liriano round out the Pittsburgh batting order against Taylor Youngman.
Yeah, Youngman having a terrific season, 9-6 in 17 starts. He does have a complete game. Liriano, or I should say Youngman, ranks high in just about every category amongst National League rookie starters. You know, the earned run average, the best. You know, opponent batting average, he's 4th. So the list goes on and on for Youngman. Coming off a rough start against the Marlins, and looking for a bounce back here against the Pirates, where he's 3-0 against Pittsburgh and a 135 earned run average.
So Youngman to face Josh Harrison. Hurdles Pirates 2.5 back of the Cardinals in the race for the National League Central Division, which it looked like was going to be a runaway Cardinal win, but that has not been the case. St. Louis has lost 8 out of their last 10 games. Cardinals are in Cincinnati this afternoon, and the Reds have a 1-0 lead in the 4th inning. Cincinnati's doing a number on St. Louis. Strike to Harrison.
First real bad tailspin for the Cardinals this year. I mean, I don't remember seen the Cardinals lose 8 out of 10, but it happens to the best of them.
Harrison pops this one up. That'll be in the seats. A foul ball. Well, it's not the time of year to go into a tailspin for 2 reasons. Number one, it's September and you're leading into the postseason. Number 2, the way the schedule works now, you're matching up against your division opponents in the final month of the year, so you can make up a lot of ground. Pittsburgh still has a series with the Cardinals coming up. That'll be at the end of September, September 28th through the 30th, right here at PNC Park. It's their last matchup of the year with the Cardinals.
Cardinals with the best record in all of baseball, and they're fighting for their lives. They're only 2.5 games up. So how good the division is this year.
There's a shot right to third. Perez has it and makes a play, and Harrison is retired.
Well, let's check out the Menards, the Brewers defense on this Sunday afternoon in Pittsburgh. Davis, Santana, Braun, no surprises in the outfield. Perez with the left-hander out there. He's at third. Segura and Herrera up the middle. Jason Rogers gets a start over at first base today. No Adam Lind, and Martin Maldonado behind home plate.
Yeah, Maldonado and Nevin Ashley have been sharing the catching duties. Jonathan Lucroy still out with a concussion. Not on the concussion disabled list. Brewers don't feel they need to make that move because of expanded roster. So Lucroy is on the active roster, but he just will not play. And they're going to be very patient with him. Lucroy saw a concussion specialist yesterday here in Pittsburgh, confirming the concussion, and they will be patient. And we might not see Lucroy the rest of the year. Sometimes these things can linger for a while. Then if you get into the 10-day to 2-week stage where he hasn't played, it's almost best to shut him down at that point.
Yeah, the concern is, he gets back in there and he gets another foul tip and things get worse for Lucroy. Yeah, the appointment went well. I was talking to Luke today on the bus over to the ballpark. Things are going well for him. He's feeling a little bit better, but still not out of the woods yet. Not good enough to get behind home plate quite yet.
So Maldonado and Ashley will get the catching duties. Great opportunity for each of those players. Maldonado has been the backup all year, and he filled in for Lucroy when he was out earlier this season. I'm sure Maldonado would love to just catch every day, but I think the Brewers want to give Ashley a little bit of a look. After 10 years in the minor leagues, he'll take what he can get, Nevin Ashley. And he started last night. But Maldonado gets a call today. 3-1 to Neil Walker. That one's in there. 3-2 the count.
Yep, right on the outside corner. Command was an issue last time out for Taylor Youngman. Just couldn't find his curveball. I mean, his fastball was all over the place. Only lasted 3 2/3. Gave up 5 runs. Funny thing about Youngman, every time he has a start like that, he comes back very strong the next time out.
And a ground ball to second base. Herrera is out there this afternoon. There is out number 2. Scooter Gennett's had a hard time finding the field here lately with all of the left-handers in the Pirates rotation.
And even when he's been able to get in the lineup, he's swinging the bat pretty well. Herrera getting a lot of time at second base and third base. He's the only one really playing every day. And between the three of them, Segura got yesterday off. I should say 2 days ago.
Luis Sardinas started at shortstop. Saw Sardinas at second base last night. There's a strike to McCutchen. MVP candidate this year. He's a bit of an outsider in that group right now. It's going to come down to Bryce Harper and Paul Goldschmidt if he had to make a vote right now. But you never know how the season will end. Goldschmidt's tailed off a touch. Harper has the gaudy numbers. I saw a note today where Matt Williams had to take him out of the game for an apparent injury. Precautionary reasons. They did not list the injury. But more trouble for the Nationals today. We'll be keeping track of a lot of these games from around the big leagues. A lot of pennant race games going on, including the Cardinals and the Cincinnati Reds. 2-0 Reds now in the fourth inning. They go to the fifth. And you got a showdown in the Bronx. The Yankees and the Blue Jays today. Yankees have a 2-0 lead over Toronto in the fourth inning of that one. After the Blue Jays have ripped off 3 straight wins. Now a 4.5 game lead in the American League East. So they've come to New York and taken care of business. A swing and a miss. Youngman strikes out McCutchen. And a 1-2-3 inning. Brewers off to a good start today. They lead it 2-0. Sun shining brightly. This game was actually delayed by 21 minutes. Last night, in case you missed it, Madison Bumgarner flirting with a no-hitter until Melvin Upton delivered a single back up the middle for the Padres. Bumgarner would go on to win the game. He finished the game. A complete game, 1 hitter, no walks, 9 strikeouts. He is now 18-7.
Amazing,
and a 2.91 earned run average. He got a huge ovation, and the San Francisco Giants won the game 8-0. He is one of the premier pitchers in baseball. Every team would love to have him, but the Giants are going to miss out this year, it looks like. There's a lead single by Elian Herrera.
There's some good lefties in baseball, aren't there? You got Kershaw, you got Sale. This guy's not too bad either on the mound for the Pirates. But he's had his problems lately against Milwaukee. 0-2 this year. 6-6 overall against Milwaukee in his career.
Longtime Minnesota Twin. Burst onto the scene in the big leagues. Thought he was going to be the next Johan Santana. Had some injuries, though. Didn't turn out that way.
Very similar stuff. Used to throw a lot harder than he does now.
Ended up being traded to the White Sox. Pirates gave him a chance with a shoulder injury, his non-throwing shoulder. He's been really good for him. Francisco Liriano resurrecting his career here as a Pittsburgh Pirate. Maldonado at the plate with Herrera at first.
Key to success for Milwaukee against Liriano, laying off that changeup out of the strike zone. Throws a lot of them. Not many of them are for strikes. Hides it very well. Good arm action on it. Tough to pick up. Make him throw strikes with a fastball. That's when you can get to him.
Liriano now in his third year as a Pirate. Won 16 for them in 2013, but he's never made more than 29 starts for the Pirates. He's got a chance to make 30 this year. Keeping him healthy has been the challenge. He's already pitched in more innings than at any other point in his career as Maldonado singles to left.
Yep, coming in 164 and 2/3 innings. He struck out 178 batters. Yeah, before today's game with the 2 in the first inning. 180, that's good for 8th in the National League in punch outs.
He's always given up a lot of hits per 9 innings. Career hits per 9 is at 8. He's at 7.2 this year, but he strikes out a lot of batters as well. He's up over a strikeout per innings pitched for his career numbers, and he's nearly 10 Ks per inning pitched this year. Year number 10 in the big leagues, a decade as a major league pitcher and a winning record and a sub-4 ERA. He's had a nice career.
Not many of those out there.
2 on, nobody out. Youngman gets a bunt down. It's a good one. And Liriano bare hands throws him out. First out of the inning, but a good sacrifice for Taylor Youngman.
Hey, today's time of the game winner, Ixonia Fireman's Hall in Ixonia. Where else, right? If they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to an April or May 2016 Brewers home game. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
There's my people out there in Ixonia. Out west.
Your neck of the woods.
On 94.
High rent district.
Just past Lake Country. Segura grounds to third. And an out at first. Herrera bluffs. Maldonado bluffs. But nobody can go anywhere. And that's a big out for Liriano.
Good job by Gunn. Look at him back. Yeah, Herrera had thoughts about taking off after Gunn threw to first base, but a couple of crow hops made it a little bit more difficult for Ilion to do that. Good defensive play.
2 men are out now, still second and third, and here is Hernan Perez. Perez flew to right his first time up. He's been hitting well, getting some playing time, part of that 3-man weave platoon with Herrera and Jeanette. Segura, the everyday shortstop. Now that Sardinhas is in the mix, he's been able to spell him on one occasion and late in a game. But between Perez, Herrera, and Jeanette, you got a lot of activity between second and third, and Craig Counsell and the Brewers want to take a good look at all 3 of these guys.
And just see what they got going into next year, who they can count on, who they're thinking about keeping around next year, and never know.
It's going to be really tough at this point for Jeanette to get out of the platoon role. And there's a strikeout. So Perez punches out. The Brewers get 2 on to start the inning and cannot score. to you by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine. By Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. And by Hupy and Abraham, 800-800-5678. Hupy and Abraham, tell them you mean business. Final game of the 4-game series. And the handiwork of Jerry Naron. Beautiful penmanship. You see that name there? That is in Korean. That is Jung Ho Gung. Yeah, Naron, he will write those names in. Japanese players get the special treatment, just like Korean players. So that's how Gung's name appears in his native language and handwriting.
And Jerry said he is available for wedding invitations.
And you should hire him because he's outstanding at his craft. I tell you, there's nothing that makes it feel like the big leagues, like looking at a Jerry Naron lineup.
Right.
It's a one of a kind. No one's even close.
He's got his own way of doing it too. The guys, you know, the extra guys, he doesn't put any vowels in.
Right.
Unless you're a Hall of Famer.
Unless you're headed to the Hall of Fame, right? Like he used to put Trevor Hoffman to write his whole name in.
Yeah.
You get no vowels if you're on the bench or in the bullpen. As Gung waves and misses at a Youngman slider, and down he goes on strikes.
Yep, starting lineup. Yeah, they get the whole name in there, but yeah, you move down to the extra guys. Just consonants.
It's a beautiful thing. You see the left-handers in red, switch hitters in green. He does it every single day. Yep. Spring training, from the first inner squad in spring training till the last game of the season.
Well, he gets here at 11 o'clock for a night game, so
yes,
he's got plenty of time to do it.
He does. He is an early bird. He gets all the worms, does Jerry Naron.
Yes, he does.
Former Reds manager. Alvarez takes a ball low. Pedro Alvarez moved up in the lineup a little bit today. He's been hitting down in the bottom third. But they've got him hitting fifth today. 22 homers, 68 runs batted in for Alvarez.
Man, make a mistake with the fastball, this guy will kill you, but he has a tough time with the off-speed stuff, particularly the changeup. Youngman doesn't feature much of a changeup. He'll throw it once in a while, and if he's going to use it, it's probably going to be against Alvarez.
Big curveball from Youngman. Taylor shaved the beard, growing back a little bit, and he went to the blue jersey. He said he needed some changes.
Yeah.
Shake it up a little bit.
Rough time out last time against the Marlins.
The superstitious type. High fly ball, center field, way back there. And Santana will watch it fly. A home run. That is a long home run out to center field in this ballpark. Pedro Alvarez puts the Pirates on the board for the first time with his 23rd homer.
And that's why you keep him in the lineup. I mean, he's a liability at first base. No doubt about that. But he can hit home runs. And he centers on one and hits it into center field. It's only .399 out there, but it plays a lot deeper than that. Just able to sneak it over that center field fence. That's a big boy up there at the plate, Pedro Alvarez.
A rainmaker finds its way into the Brewers bullpen. Here's Cervelli. El Toro, they call him. Pirates had Aramis Ramirez start a few games at first base recently, working in essentially a platoon. Cervelli turns on one. That's way back in left field. Davis is back there. Oh, what a catch! Chris Davis leaping in the air, slamming against the wall, hauls it in.
I think that might have left the ballpark. Good play by Chris Davis, able to go back, never took his eye off the baseball, and perfectly timed his leap and brought it back. Not a very high wall out there. Seville puts a charge into this one. Look at that. Check it out. That would have been a home run.
Man, that's the best catch I've ever seen Chris Davis make.
Yep, and able to hold on to it after crashing into the fence.
That was going to go right in the pierogi boiler of that Pittsburgh fan. Until Davis went up there and took one back. What a great play that was.
Very nice.
He does not throw the ball well, but he does go get him. And his game is improving significantly with each passing day. He's done a lot of work out there with John Shelby and Ed Cedar, a couple of guys who handle the outfielders, and got to give Davis a lot of credit. He's worked at it. He wants to be a two-way player and knows his arm is a liability, but he can go get him. That's a foul ball.
And he worked hard on that in the offseason. Actually went to a pitching clinic, a week-long pitching clinic, to try and change his mechanics and throwing the baseball. He says it's helped him. His mechanics are different. Not sure how much harder he's throwing the baseball.
It's a former Rangers pitching coach, Tom House, who has that throwing academy. There's a swing and a miss. Youngman puts one right by Travis Snyder. That academy is not just for baseball players. There are a number of baseball players who go there, but there are a lot of NFL quarterbacks as well. I know Drew Brees spent some time with Tom House at that academy, the Saints quarterback.
Well, Tom House used to have his pitchers throwing footballs before the game.
Dr. Tom House.
Yeah.
The mechanics guru. 2-2 to Snyder. Gets a start in right field today. And down he goes. Youngman strikes him out. The Pirates get a run on a homer by Alvarez, but a great catch by Davis.
A run. Hey, make sure at Miller Park next Sunday at 1 o'clock as the Brewers and the Reds wrap up their weekend series, and all fans in attendance get the Scooter Jeanette Garden Gnome courtesy of Waterstone Bank. Reserve your spot today. Call 902-4000 or go to brewers.com/tickets. Endorsed by Brian Anderson, the Scooter Jeanette Garden Gnome.
Oh, by all means. Might be my favorite one ever. The Scooter Gnome. You know, you can actually hold up that gnome by the bubble. It's great engineering on that thing. I've tried it.
Well put together. Not cheap.
That's what I'm saying. Nothing but the best. Here's Ryan Braun to lead it off for the Brew Crew as we head to the third inning from Pittsburgh. Big crowd on hand this afternoon. Good to see this ballpark filled up like it is. Got a lot of energy in the city right now. Steelers are underway. They had a loss on Thursday night, but it's a great time to be a Pittsburgh sports fan with the NFL starting up. The Pirates in a pennant race. They got a chance to win a division. They know they're going to have a postseason this year, and they're hoping they'll have a division series here in Pittsburgh. Third straight year the Pirates will make the postseason. And they got a good thing going here. Tell you, when the weather's nice, this is a sleeper city.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's great.
Got to get out, walk around. A lot to do here in Pittsburgh.
Beautiful downtown, great food.
Had fireworks last night.
Braun takes a ball down and in.
Kind of made our walk back to the hotel a little bit longer with the fireworks going on. Shut down the Clemente Bridge.
Yeah, what bridge did we have to go on? We couldn't go on the Clemente Bridge, so we went on the other bridge.
Warhol Bridge.
Oh yeah, the Andy Warhol Bridge. That's right. Braun rips one into left field, a base hit. So a single to start it. Liriano's given up some hits to the Brewers in the early going.
Braun's dialed in. He took that off-speed pitch and just hammers it into left field. Just seeing it well. Walked his first time up, and a bullet into left. He's thinking about that 300 mark. I guarantee it. I mean, he's been focused for a while now and swinging it well, playing hard.
Would not put it past him to get there.
Yeah.
Here's Davis. After that great catch in the second inning, this is our Marshfield Clinic shining moment. This is one of the best Davis has ever made.
Would have tied it up.
Full leap, catch, crash.
Taking away a souvenir.
Still comes down on his feet. That was something. That reminds me a lot of the catch Kevin Kiermaier made of the Tampa Bay Rays just a couple of weeks ago. Mike Trout has had a play like that. It's one thing to leap in the air when you get to the wall, but to be going full bore, catch it, and then crash into the wall and still hang on to the baseball. That's impressive. Davis into center field. That ball's hit well. McCutchen at the wall. McCutchen leaps, and it's up and out of here. Chris Davis with a 2-run home run. His second of the series on a 1-1 pitch. Davis turns it around for his 20th homer of the year.
Well, McCutchen not able to get back and take that one away. Well, so Chris Davis not only takes away a home run, he hits one himself his next at bat. There's that fastball. That's what you got to do. You got to put Liriano in a fastball count. Number 20 for Davis on our Powerball home run count. Gives the Brewers a 4-1 lead. You know, the one he hit in the first game of the series almost off the batter's eye. That one just barely sneaks over the fence.
A 400-foot blast by Chris Davis, number 20. What a run he's been on. Davis with 10 home runs in the month of August. And he's kept it going in September as Rogers takes a ball. Davis had hit only 7 homers until we hit the month of August. And here he is with 20 now.
Good
3 September home runs at this point.
And good for him. He couldn't find the field for a while there, but ever since the beginning of August, it's been incredible to watch him take his at-bats.
Well, he's the headliner so far today. He's made a great catch. He's hit a 2-run homer. Brewers lead 4-1. Strike to Rogers.
Boy, had this ballpark down quite a bit.
Rogers foul, a little bit late. Jason Rogers. He has overcome a lot of adversity to make it to the big leagues. A very late draft pick in 2010. 32nd round, almost running out of rounds when he was drafted. Been able to find his way to the big leagues, and he lines one to left, a base hit. 3 consecutive hits to start the inning. Rogers is 2 for 2 now. And Liriano is off to a shaky start against Milwaukee again.
Yeah, getting a lot of the plate. There's a fastball again, and he is getting a lot of the plate. Not very good on the corner so far today. And the one thing the Brewers are doing, we were talking about it in the first inning, got to lay off that changeup out of the strike zone. If you do that, you make him throw the fastball. He's topping out at about 94. He becomes hittable.
He's going to get a visit from his pitching coach, Ray Searage, the former Brewer. One of your old teammates there, right?
Yep, I caught Ray and I were teammates in AAA, and then in '83 and '84. Back in the old days.
Back when men were men.
Back before they had hoodies.
So give us a couple of words to describe Ray Searage.
Very funny. He had a great arm. I mean, he threw in the mid-90s. Left-hander. Relief pitcher. We got along good because we both like to eat.
Yeah.
Always had a smile on his face. Still does. Not so much right now.
Has a knack to keep things light. Here's Santana. Got it at that first pitch. He fouls it away.
When he always goes out to the mound, he covers his mustache with his hands so nobody can. He used to do that all the time. We'd be at a restaurant, he'd do that.
Is that right? He didn't want anybody to read his lips. A trendsetter.
Sergi. Good guy.
Sergi. All right. Misses inside. Still nobody out. The Brewers have 2 in on a 2-run homer by Davis. 3 straight hits to start the inning. Domingo Santana back in center field today. Had a good long talk with John Shelby before the game about Santana and his center field play. Shelby was a great center fielder in his day, one of the best defenders in his time with the Orioles and the Dodgers, World Series teams there. He was part of that '88 Dodgers club, that famous Kirk Gibson home run against Eckersley. He was on that Dodger team. But Shelby was talking about Santana and playing center field, and he's just uncomfortable there. He thinks he could play center. He thinks he could be an average center fielder, which is really all you're asking out of a guy that's got this kind of pop.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to put up numbers, I mean, you can hide him out there. He might not get to some baseballs. He's been a little bit tentative on some fly balls.
As he strikes out for the first out of the inning.
Now, you're playing a new position, and the first thing you think about, you don't want to make a mistake. You don't want the ball hit over your head. So he plays a little bit shallow. He doesn't want the ball get by him. He's not really taking a lot of risks at this point.
And he's playing deep because the Brewers placed him there. He really doesn't know. Shelby's working with him on reading the swings and trying to, in a blink of an eye, in one motion. It was fascinating talking to Shelby about this. As he's playing center field, he watches the pitch, and you can instantly know breaking ball, changeup, fastball. So you make that quick register in your mind, and then as the swing goes through and the ball starts to come your way, you're processing all this information very quickly. He goes, it's borderline instinctual, but the more you play out there, the better you get.
Right.
You can't trust your ears, is what he said. He goes, there's so many noises in a big league stadium. Sometimes you can't even hear the bat off the ball if it's really loud. So you have to train your eyes to see the pitch and then see the swing. As Herrera rips one down the left field line, hits the side wall down there, and Rogers is going to be waved home. Here comes the throw. No throw. Rogers scores on a Herrera double, and the Brewers add to their lead. It's now 5-1 Milwaukee.
Man, very aggressive. Ed Cedar at third base sending Jason Rogers. Surprised he didn't make a throw to home plate. Rogers doesn't run all that well. How about Herrera, though? 2 hits, both coming as a right-handed hitter. This one down the line. I think that Ed Cedar taking advantage of the throwing arm of Josh Harrison. He misses the first cutoff man. Actually, he doesn't. Surprising he didn't make a throw to home plate.
And that is going to do it for Liriano. Boy, an early pull for Clint Hurdle. Can ill afford to go down any more in this game. One of his best pitchers is out in the 3rd inning. 2 1/3. Liriano will exit. And the Brewers lead at 5-1. Will set up the new pitcher. Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. And by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. Final day in Pittsburgh of the regular season. The Brewers lead 5-1. They have chased Francisco Liriano. And now they'll get Joe Blanton coming in on a long relief. 14th appearance, 2nd time we've seen him in this series.
Yeah, Blanton's a guy that can eat up a lot of innings for Clint Hurdle. The Pirates fortunate they have tomorrow off because they do have a doubleheader coming up against the Cubs on Tuesday. So this is certainly the last thing Clint Hurdle needed. But Blanton, a former starter, he's a guy that can give you multiple innings, and you're probably going to see multiple innings out of him today.
Hurdle wasting no time. Maybe another scenario. You see if Liriano can get it together, but not today. 5 runs in, 4 hits in the inning against Liriano. The Brewers have 7 hits already. Got 2 in the first. They've scored 3 here in the 3rd. Davis with a 2-run home run. RBIs from Herrera and Rogers thus far as well, as Maldonado a wave and a miss. Martin has one of those 7 hits. He had a single back in the 2nd inning, last inning. This game got off to a little bit of a delayed start. 21-minute rain delay to get us going about the 2 o'clock Eastern hour. If you're wondering why we're only in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, 3rd appearance for Blanton in this series. He appeared in last night's ball game. Tossed an inning, gave up a couple of hits and a run. Also pitched in the first game of the series.
Former Philly, former Oakland Athletic, Joe Blanton. Another guy that's resurrected his career here in Pittsburgh. And a slider got him. Maldonado strikes out. 2nd out of the inning. Well, it is now time for you to tweet us your strongest fan photo. We just encourage you to use hashtag #WisDataStrongFan or you will be forgotten. You just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast if you do it. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. Here's Taylor Youngman. Sacrifice bunt his last time up and takes strike 1 from Blanton. Keeping an eye on the Cubs and the Phillies today. The Phillies have a 4-1 lead. The Phillies had a walk-off yesterday against the Cubs. That game's in the 4th inning in Philadelphia today. News earlier this week that the Phillies have let go of their general manager, Ruben Amaro Jr. So another team in search of a general manager. There are a few. And the Brewers are one of them. Did you put your name in the hat for that job, Rock? Or?
I did not. I'm very happy up here. 100 feet from the playing field.
or in Pittsburgh.
300.
Solid 300. We're at least twice as far here as opposed to Milwaukee. Way up there in the sky. Youngman a swing and a miss. So Blanton comes on and strikes out 2 batters. Restores order for the Pirates, but Chris Davis first the defense. Home run saving catch. Then the offense. A 2-run bomb over McCutchen's head into center field. Brewers lead at 5-1. As we head to the bottom of the 3rd inning, a lot of offense early for Milwaukee. Carsoup.com trivia today, partner. Who holds the Brewers rookie record for wins in a season? Taylor Youngman is a rookie. He has 9 wins this season. Wonder how close he is. It's a good question. So Youngman staked to a 4-run lead. Will try to keep the hammer down against the Pirates. Giving up 1 run. That was a home run by Alvarez. Jordy Mercer will lead off for the Pirates, and that one is low and away to start the inning. Mercer has his job back as the everyday shortstop. Outstanding defensive player. Had a knee injury in in Milwaukee in July, and that knocked him out for a little over a month. I thought their defense suffered a lot without Mercer. He's one of those underrated shortstops that makes plays. Great plays.
Well, that puts Gung over at shortstop, and then you have a guy over at third base, with Jordy Mercer out, that's not quite as good defensively. And now that they got Aramis Ramirez, that solved that problem a little bit, but Mercer, a solid defender at shortstop.
Pirates did well without him, though. That was a major concern, that injury, that MCL sprain of the knee. But without Mercer, Pittsburgh went 20-10, and a lot of that credit belongs to Jung-Ho Kang. He was able to fill in and play shortstop, and boy, did he swing the bat well in that stretch. Pirates Didn't lose anything hardly. Fly ball to left. Davis is there. Much easier catch this time around.
Well, they're thinking about shoring up their defense. You got Mercer at short, Gung over at third. That's why they were trying Ramirez at first base. But Ramos made an error at first base in this series. But you got to have Alvarez in that lineup. I mean, he's such a power threat. I mean, he really adds an element of fear in that lineup in any ballpark. Sometimes you have to sacrifice defense to get that kind of run production.
Joe Blanton will bat. Trying to get multiple innings out of him on the mound. But you see Hurdle over there, and he's cracking a few smiles. He's showing no panic whatsoever. I think that's really important to notice with a team like the Pirates, and they know they're close. I mean, they've really had a great year. They're 85 and 56. 29 games over 500, and yet they're still 2.5 back. Youngman strikes out Blanton. Maldonado slaps the tag on him to secure it. And that's K number 4 for Taylor Youngman.
Got a good curveball today. Hey, on Tuesday, the Brewers return home to begin a 3-game series against the first place St. Louis Cardinals as the NL Central Division matchup at Miller Park begins this Tuesday through Thursday. To reserve your spot, call 414-902-4000 to go to brewers.com/tickets. Big series for the Cardinals at Miller Park. Got 7 left with the Cardinals. 3 at home, 4 on the road.
Yep, the Brewers are going to have a lot to say about who wins this division. And they have won the season series against the Pirates this year as Harrison on the first pitch, deep into center field, long way back there. It's off the warning track, and Harrison on his way to third base. Now he stops and able to get back into second with a double. Oh, that ball had some carry on it. Double number 22 for Harrison to go along with his 4 homers.
Yeah, he was thinking about a triple, but realized the score, there's 2 outs. You don't want to make the third out of third base. He was rounding second so hard that he had to slide to stop and then got back. Check it out. And then immediately with the move. Not a flash for Josh Harrison.
All-star last year. Lost his third base job this year. He's back into a utility role for the Pirates. He wears that brace on his left hand. He injured his thumb earlier this season, had ligament damage that required surgery. So that's how you protect it. They call it the oven mitt. Bring me the oven mitt, Mick.
Protect the fingers. It can't spread apart.
Two outs, runner at second. Neil Walker at the plate. Youngman trying to put up a 0 here in the third.
I don't want to mess around and walk this guy and then have to go after McCutchen.
Walker, the Pittsburgh native, star quarterback in his years in Pittsburgh as a prep player. Kind of became a local sports celebrity as a high schooler. Football, basketball, or rather baseball.
Hey, you watch TV around Pittsburgh. He's got a lot of commercials out. Saw a lot of his face over the weekend on TV. You spent a lot of time in the room watching TV.
There's a lot of rain out. Not a whole lot of outdoor activities this week. Good to catch up on TV. Walker went to Pine Richland High School, and they're a big name high school here in Pittsburgh, and it's not uncommon that you see the high school scores and photographs on the front page of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. And Walker was a big part of that program. They love their football here. They've got some great football programs in this
Western Pennsylvania.
area. Sure.
Yeah.
But Walker chose baseball, and that was the right choice. He was a first rounder by the Pirates in '04. Has 1 year left on his contract next season. He'll be 30. And he's hoping for a long-term deal, but so far the Pirates have not been willing to offer him one. Ground ball to Herrera, and Youngman puts up a 0, a shutdown inning after the Brewers got him 3. And we are headed for the 4th at PNC. To the top of the 4th inning from Pittsburgh at the well-groomed shrubbery out there. Hey, a reminder, you can vote for your MVP and help us decide which Fox Sports supports partner will be crowned the winner. The charity with the most votes at the end of the season will score big with a donation from Hupy and Abraham. Choose from American Heart Association of Wisconsin, Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Milwaukee, or Fisher House, Wisconsin. Just go to foxsportswisconsin.com/supports to vote now. Top of the order, Gene Segura will lead off in this 4th inning. Already his 3rd at bat. Brewers with 5 runs on 7 hits. They've chased the starter Liriano already. Blanton is on. He got the final 2 outs of the 3rd inning with strikeouts. And we'll start an inning now as Segura tags that one into left center. And that's going to go to the base of the wall. Gene Segura will roll into second with a double.
Oh, yeah. Smoked that one into the gap. The Brewers have their hitting shoes on. First time the Brewers have taken batting practice on the field today. First 3 games of the series, no BP, just in the cages, and the Brewers coming out with their hitting shoes on. That one at the base of the wall, out in the left center field gap. There's the hitting shoes.
There they are. You know what? You're right. Those are the hitting shoes. Segura has his on today. Braun, Davis, Rogers happen to be wearing his hitting shoes. Herrera. And now Perez put his hitting shoes on. Into center field, a base hit. Segura will score. Hernan Perez scampers back to first. It'll be an RBI single, and the Brewers are up 6-1.
You like that, don't you? Hitting shoes. Take it out. First pitch, slider right down the middle of the plate, and Perez hammers that one out into the gap. So he's in with a single and an RBI. Brewers now up 6-1. And Segura able to walk home.
Those are different than Segura's hitting shoes, but
I've got a couple of phrases you've liked today: pop-up storm and hitting shoes.
We had a pop-up storm. That was a perfect description.
Actually, a pop-up shower.
Pop-up shower came through right at first pitch.
I will come up with something later on in the game for you.
Well, you're on your game today, partner. Keep it up.
Not sure we can use it on the air, but I will come up with something for you.
Braun takes one up and in. You see his day already when he's at the plate. Braun walked and scored with a steal in the first inning. Singled and scored in the third inning. Six runs on 9 hits already for the Crew. Trying to get out of here with a series split, and that would make a 500 road trip. And considering all that went on this road trip with weather and delays and postponements, double headers, Council would take that.
Yeah.
Brewers won 2 out of 3 in Cincinnati. Lost 2 out of 3 in Miami, and they're trying to split here in Pittsburgh in a 4-game series. Runner goes. Braun swings and fouls it away.
Yeah, the one you could say that Craig Counsell has been very consistent in saying is that he likes the effort that his team is putting out every single day. Whether they win or lose, I think a lot of that has to do with some of these young players that have come up and have been given opportunities to play, participate. I think it's infused a little bit of excitement and some energy into the lineup. It's always important.
High fly ball to center. McCutchen will camp under it. Braun is retired. The first out of the inning.
I think the young blood's good. You know, when you have a team that's not playing for a whole lot other than spoiler. Get those young, hungry players in the lineup. Motivates everybody.
Brewers still have one minor league team in progress. The Biloxi Shuckers are in the Southern League playoffs. Matter of fact, they swept their division round series against Pensacola, so they advance into the finals. All of the other minor league teams are done, finishing on Labor Day. And the Brewers still might call up a few players from that Biloxi team when they are finished, which should be, I believe, next weekend. Good luck to the Shuckers. They swept Pensacola. Great pitching, great offense. They put it all together.
Got some good starters down there.
Got a chance to turn a double play here. That'll be tailor-made as it goes 6-4-3. And Davis with one swing of the bat, 2 outs, 2 in the inning. But the Brewers score again. They keep tacking on runs. After a 3-run third, a double by Segura set up an RBI single for Perez. And the Brewers are on top, 6-1.
As Taylor Youngman gets set to work the 4th inning, and through 3 innings he has given up 2 hits and 1 run. And throughout this road trip, starters going deep hasn't been at a premium. As a matter of fact, the starters have rarely gone deep in games throughout this road trip, and Craig Counsell was asked about that because he's has a rotation filled with a lot of young guys who haven't pitched this late in a baseball season. And Craig said that, yes, you have to go through this and you got to do it for the first time at some point. And he likes the fact that these guys can get a chance to pitch deep in these seasons. And we'll see how it fares out, because of fatigue as well as inexperience can play a part. But Craig Counsell said he feels comfortable with his young guys and where they are right now.
Yeah, it's a great point, Telly. And if you're the manager and you're looking ahead to 2016, this is the time of year to push these guys. He said he's not trying to protect them. Their innings numbers are fine. So once you get clear of that hurdle, they're going to have to pitch in September. You know, a lot of these starting pitchers, guys like Taylor Youngman, they've never had a September to pitch. Those minor league seasons are over usually in the beginning of September. So push them through, let them experience it. It helps them in their off-season preparations. And haven't heard that a whole lot, but that's a great thought. And that's the plan the Brewers have with their rotation right now.
Yeah, there's no plans on shutting anybody down. I mean, the question was about Taylor Youngman before his last start, and he said no, just let him go. Longest start on this road trip was Zach Davies against the Marlins. He went 7 innings.
And Craig did talk about that start, saying that would probably be the only one where the youth affected the decision, as Gung drills one into left field. And a 1-out base hit for the Pirate third baseman. He said Davies probably could have continued there, and different scenario. If he wasn't 22 and he wasn't in his first year in the big leagues, he might have left him in there for an inning or maybe 2 more. But other than that, the Brewer starters have run into their own trouble to have to come out early in games.
Yeah, Willie had a good start his last time out, went 6+. But yeah, there have been a lot of short starts for this Brewers starting rotation, not just on this road trip, but even the last homestand.
As Pedro Alvarez stands in against Youngman. And Telly, I like the way Counsell talks about pushing these guys through the entire major league season. 6 months. It's going to be 6 months. And these guys need to feel what 6 months of baseball feels like.
That's right. He went on to say it's going to be 6 months next year and the year after, and that's not going to change. And once again, these guys have to go through it for a first time at some point. And if you think about the rotation as it stands now, Willie Peralta is the only starter that has pitched in September. The other 4 starters, they have no experience in September baseball. But I mean, the short starts really haven't affected the Brewers too much. If you think about the doubleheader sweep last Saturday in Cincinnati, they only got a combined 6 1/3 innings from their starters, but they were still able to find a way to take both games from the Reds. So, I mean, it's all a growing process for this rotation, and Counsell likes where they are right now.
He does, and I know he's hoping not to have to talk about things like this much longer. No manager wants to be in, you know, I mean, the conversations every day, Rock, are about evaluation and prospecting for next year. You want to be on Clint Hurdle's side of the fence. You want to be talking about what your postseason rotation is going to look like, but that's not what the Brewers have in front of them. So you make what you can out of it right now.
Well, let them go, see what they have, and you know, let the chips fall where they may. You know, that doubleheader, and one of the problems that the Brewers had was the rain. I mean, Willie Peralta threw 2 innings, had to stop because of the rain. But other than that, I mean, yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot of long starts as of late. And Taylor Youngman were only 3 2/3 last time out. But every time it seems like he has a bad outing, he bounces back right away with a good one. He's only lost back-to-back starts once this year.
He made his major league debut right here in Pittsburgh back in early June. He's been an impressive story ever since. Gives the Brewers a lot of hope. Look at their rotation, and they've got a lot of young arms coming too. That Double-A team is loaded with pitching talent.
Yeah, I was going to say that Double-A team's got a lot of it. Might not see it next year. but it's coming.
I tell you, those 4 starters in that AA rotation that are pitching in the postseason I think they could stand up tall. You never know how it's going to go and how you acclimate, but stuff-wise, it's off the charts. Hauser and Hader coming from the Astros, both of them electric stuff. Jorge Lopez has had the best year of any minor league pitcher the Brewers have. And then you got Tyler Wagner, who we saw in the big leagues, and he gives you a lot of hope as well as a guy who could come to the major leagues and have success.
And there's that changeup that Youngman doesn't throw all that often, but again, I mean, Pedro Alvarez is going to see it if anybody has one on a 3-2 pitch. Hey, just wonder who or which one of the players down in Biloxi are going to be coming up. The Brewers are very tight-lipped on that. I know Craig Counsell's anxious to see a couple of them. He would not tell me today around batting practice. I tried.
You were doing your hardcore journalism work. You put your media badge on.
No. I dropped that. I promise I won't say anything. Just tell me.
You can understand why the Brewers would want to keep that quiet, though.
Right.
They're still playing down there. That's ball 4 to Alvarez. Well, that's a 1-out walk, which will put 2 on. And you're trying to keep the Pirates down in front of this big crowd on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
They're starting to rev up a little bit with 2 on and 1 out, and Cervelli coming to bat.
Tried another changeup, just missed the bottom of the strike zone.
First walk issued by Youngman to go along with his 4 strikeouts. Needs a ground ball here.
Well, you saw that coming. First pitch to Cervelli last time up. He nearly hit one out of the ballpark. Start him off with a curveball. See him throw that elbow out there? That's why he's got that pad on there.
He's another guy, one of the many on the Pirates club that are considered divers. They dive out over the plate. 2-0. Youngman really slowing the pace here with men on base. That'll probably be an area that he'll try to fix next spring. Got to keep a good tempo going. (3-0). Not shaping up well for Youngman. He is at the bottom of the batting order, but the pitch count starting to rise a little bit. And a 3-0 count on Cervelli. Unlikely he'd swing 3-0 down 6-1, but
he might.
You never know. Takes all the way, takes ball 4.
Doesn't have to. Not even close. None of those pitches really close.
Back-to-back walks. Bases loaded for the Pirates, and out springs Rick Kranitz, the pitching coach.
You just can't do that. Now with a 5-run lead, you just ask him for trouble. Not sure if he's trying to be too fine or just having a difficult time with his mechanics, but single back-to-back walks and one swing of the bat, and the Pirates are right back in it. It's working awfully slow. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Very deliberate.
Now they're loaded up with 1 away. Youngman still a ground ball from getting out of this inning. Gong, Alvarez, Cervelli on the bags. A single and back-to-back walks. Here's Travis Snyder. There's a strike. Finally
Gave him one.
he did. Yeah, Foxtracks had it below the zone. Normally you don't get those calls when you're not commanding the ball well.
Right.
1 ball, 1 strike. This is low again. 2-1. Into left field, slicing. That is a fair ball and bounces up and out for a ground rule double. 2-run score. Just like that, the Pirates are back in it. 6-3 now.
Well, one of the walks has come around to score. Cervelli over at third base. Taylor Youngman doing this to himself. Walking guys, falling behind in the count. Not a bad pitch, but Travis Snyder has a count in his favor. He knows the fastball's coming and tucks that one just inside the left field line for a ground rule double. Good piece of hitting by Snyder to go right with it.
6-3 Brewers. Still just 1 out. Second and third for Jordy Mercer. And a good curveball in there for a strike. Let's see if that gets him back on track. Sometimes a good curveball will do that for you.
Yeah. Finish the delivery, not aiming it.
Jordy Mercer with 1 away and a foul ball late on a fastball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitcher spot is due up next, and you can bet Hurdle is going to bring on a pinch hitter. He's already got Jeff Decker on deck. Would hit for the pitcher Blanton. 6-1 when we started the inning. The Pirates have scored twice, 4 consecutive base runners. And a 1-2 is popped up center field. Santana's got a big arm. Cervelli, the runner. The throw into the plate is late. And a sac fly and an RBI makes it a 2-run Brewer lead. It's 6-4 now.
Yeah, so both walks now come around to score. Well, we've seen a lot of that on this road trip. Guys getting walked and coming around to score. 2 of the 4 runs. Walks, and nothing the defense can do about it when you do that.
Three runs are in, 2 outs in the inning. Jeff Decker will pinch hit for the Pirates. Blanton is out, working an inning and 2/3, giving up 1 run. Decker finished the game in center field last night. A rout by the Pirates. No balls, 2 strikes on the pinch hitter. Youngman trying to stop the bleeding right here. And a breaking ball out to first. Rogers will flip it over to Youngman, and that will retire the side. But Pittsburgh with 3 runs in. They've made a game of it. It's now 6-4 Brewers. in the bottom of the 4th inning. And as promised earlier in the game, we have selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. Don't forget to use that hashtag #WisDataStrongFan. And great shot of Charlie and Roger. Got a baseball autographed. Looks like a Bill Schroeder autograph, maybe. Lucky dog. Make sure you use that hashtag #WisDataStrongFan. It's all brought to you by T-Mobile. Thanks for checking us out on TV. Charlie and Roger playing along with us. Our tweet of the game. So the new pitcher will be Archimedes Caminero. 3rd pitcher already used by Hurdle. The Brewers still lead, but that lead is down to 2.
Yeah, hard thrower. He appeared in Friday night's game, against Milwaukee. Faced 2 batters, both of them getting hits, and he was taken out. This guy's upper 90s fastball, very inconsistent with a breaking pitch.
Jason Rogers leads off for the Brewers. We play in the 5th. Rogers, Santana, and Herrera. There's a big fastball at 99 miles an hour. Strike 2 on Rogers.
Caminero's having a nice season for the Pirates. 4-1 at .374 earned run average. He can bring it. More strikeouts than innings pitched, but inconsistent. Gets behind in the count. That's what happened to him on Friday.
A swing and a miss. Down goes Rogers. Strikeout for Caminero. His first batter faced. Ground ball right to first base. And Santana's retired. 2 gone in the 5th.
Hey, it's the Cincinnati Reds in a 3-game series at Miller Park as part of Fan Appreciation Weekend. Fans enjoy prizes and giveaways all throughout the series. For details, go to Brewers.com/fan appreciation. Friday, Saturday, Sunday against the Reds.
Got the Cardinals and the Reds coming to town on the next homestand beginning Tuesday through Sunday, and then the Brewers are right back on the road in another 3-city road trip coming up for the crew.
10 games in 11 days.
That will be a road trip that will start in Chicago against the Cubs, and then to St. Louis, and then to San Diego. Since San Diego is right next to St. Louis, easy to pick up those 2.
Although the off day is on the right day in San Diego. I can think of worse places to be on an off day.
That's looking real nice. The off day in San Diego. Yes, sir. I think you guys ought to get a group together. Get some plane tickets. Southwest Airlines will fly you right to San Diego and join us on the road. Come out and hang out with the Brew Crew. Last road games of the year. Plenty of good seats available there in San Diego in September.
Buy everybody dinner, will you?
Sure.
Off day. Got a couple of good spots.
Put it on the tab. Oh yeah.
Head over to the Tin Fish for lunch.
Really good spot. There's a great breakfast place in San Diego called the Mission. Two-two pitch and a swing and a miss. Caminero impressive. 3 up, 3 down, 2 strikeouts. Brewers go quietly in the 5th. The Brewers lead the Pirates as we head to the bottom of the fifth inning. Remember our carsoup.com trivia. Who holds the Brewers rookie record for wins in a season?
Teddy.
The answer, you got it. You're all over it.
85. Good season.
15 wins. New Brewers Walk of Fame member Teddy Higuera. We saw him earlier in the year. Had a chance to visit with him on the air. And
yeah.
You two are like old buddies. You're like right back into your pitcher-catcher days after all these years.
Yep.
It's amazing.
That nonverbal communication.
There's a first pitch curveball to Harrison to start the count. Harrison is the Pirates' leadoff hitter today. He's 1 for 2 with a double. And he starts his fifth inning with the Pirates down a pair now. Brewers had a 6-1 lead. A jam shot roller out to Herrera. Out number 1.
You know, Teddy Higuera is real good about pretending like he doesn't understand English.
Right.
But he does. He may not be able to speak the language all that well, but he gets what you're saying.
Yeah.
Learned that quickly when he came up.
I thought he did a nice job with all of his public ceremonies.
Speech was great.
Yeah, he
did a nice job.
You could tell he did a lot of work on it.
Yeah.
Memorized it. It takes a lot, to do something like that in front of 30,000 people when English is your second language.
Right.
I always am impressed and give those guys a lot of credit. Carlos Gomez was a guy who worked hard at his English during his time in Milwaukee. Really worked at it, studied at it in the off seasons, and improved a great deal.
In that setting, some people have a tough time with it when English is their first language, right? I mean, in that scenario with that many people looking at you. Public speaking.
And one of the guys that really brought a lot of light to that particular subject, the Latin player coming to the States to play, was the great Roberto Clemente here in Pittsburgh. So much a part of this organization still. Not only is the Roberto Clemente Bridge the bridge that brings you from downtown over here to the ballpark, you've got the Clemente wall in right field, which is exactly 21 feet high. And of course, Roberto Clemente played right field.
And nobody did it better. Exactly 3,000 hits in his career.
Neil Walker, the man at the plate, that famous story, his father and Clemente were teammates, and they were both on that mission trip. And Neil Walker's dad was scheduled to go on the plane to deliver the goods, and Roberto said, no, you've got a family. Neil wasn't born yet, but no, you got a family. You stay here. I'll go on the trip this time to make sure all the food and all the rations get delivered properly. He was afraid that it was going to get intercepted, so Roberto went on the flight himself, and then that flight crashed.
Mm-hmm.
That was Neil Walker's dad who had his life spared. That was on New Year's Eve, 1971. Walker was born 7 years later. Got the Roberto Clemente Museum here as well. I know Martín Maldonado visits that museum every year. The Puerto Rican heritage. But there was a day when Clemente got to the big leagues, and they used to make fun of his accent and make fun of the way he did interviews, and even the great Bob Prince, who was the legendary radio announcer here, he would not call him Roberto. He called him Bobby. Bobby Clemente, and Roberto asked him to stop that, call him Roberto, that's his given name, and pronounce the name correctly. And he was one of the first to stand up for his Latin heritage here in the United States.
And not easy what those guys went through, right?
And a swing and a miss. Youngman comes back to get Walker. A strikeout. Second out of the inning. That's strikeout number 5 for Youngman.
A good curveball. He's had a good curveball all day long. For some reason went away from it in the 4th inning, probably because he wasn't able to get ahead in the count. A lot of his strikeouts have come on that curveball today.
So here's McCutchen, and you're going to have to face McCutchen, but you'd rather face him with the bases empty, especially with a 2-run lead. McCutchen's 0 for 2, and Youngman deals a strike in there. Oh, and 2, and that got a piece of Maldonado. Man.
Right on the shoulder, I think.
Dropped him. Maldonado goes straight down.
Man, you never see him do that. I mean, he could take a punch with the best of them. He got him in the collarbone or somewhere around the shoulder. Looks like he's going to be all right. Yeah, oh. Collarbone. Yep.
Wow. Saw the trainer, athletic trainer Dave Yeager was out quickly, and Maldonado pointing to his shoulder. It looks like he's all right. He must have got a little stinger there that went away quickly.
I think sometimes you get a hit like that, you're afraid more than anything. He might have broke something, but and then you lay there, you realize, all right, I'm all right. That got him right on that collarbone. Ouch.
And he hopped up and went right out to Youngman, talking about pitch sequence here. 0-2 now on McCutchen. Try it again. Youngman deals. Bounces one in there.
A good pitch. You want to hang a curveball, just ask Corey Knebel. Waits back well, very quick on the inside corner. That's why he's an MVP. Can't hang that curveball, especially with 2 strikes.
Got him. Youngman strikes out McCutchen. Good comeback inning for Taylor. 3 up, 3 down with 2 Ks. Brewers still lead.
Check in with the Bruiner community in support of Sojourner Family Peace Center. The Brewers' wives have released a special line of t-shirts designed specifically for that special lady in your life. These exclusive shirts are available for purchase in the team store by Majestic, and proceeds will support the Sojourner Family Peace Center. Yeah.
All right, Telly, thanks. We go to the 6th inning from Pittsburgh. The Brewers up 6-4. Leading on 9 hits. Caminaro's back out there, and that bullet fastball of his in there for a strike to start Maldonado's at bat. Caminero came on, retired 3 up, 3 down in the 5th inning with 2 strikeouts. That was a much needed inning by Taylor Youngman in the 5th inning. Top of the order, 3rd time through. Rocky goes through them in order with a couple of Ks.
Yeah, you know, after a very shaky 4th inning, must have been something that Rick Cranitz said to him in the dugout got him right. He's been able to strike out Andrew McCutchen twice today.
Ooh, didn't miss by much. Caminero wanted the call.
Looked good.
Maldonado says thank you to Paul Schreiber. That was a strike. He got away with one.
Felt sorry for him getting hit in the collarbone.
I think you're right. They stick together. Be nice to your umpire week. Long throw for Gung. No problem. Perfect. On a line right in the chest of Alvarez. And Maldonado is retired. 4 in a row now for Caminero.
They're fundamentally sound Gung. I mean, even at the plate, I mean, he understands what his job is every given at bat, and you don't see him make too many mistakes.
Gung caught the ceremonial first pitch today. A Korean pop star was here.
And she looked like she was enjoying that whole thing.
She really had a sense for the dramatic.
She was into it.
Very theatrical in her delivery. Gung again. And Youngman is retired. 2 up, 2 down. So yeah, this is I didn't catch her name, but she is a huge star in Korea.
Here it is. Wait for it.
Yep. That was the end of a very long setup for a first pitch. She actually has a pretty good arm.
Kind of has that pause.
And a high arcing. I think that's a strike.
Thank you.
Well, it is Korea's favorite big league team right now, the Pittsburgh Pirates, because of Jung-ho Gung. It was a star already in Korea. Little tapper foul by Segura. Gung hit 40 homers in Korea last year, drove in 117, and the Pirates took a flyer on him. It's the first of its kind in Korea. We see it a lot of times in Japan, where a major league team will post what they call a posting fee for a Japanese player. It's the first time it's ever happened for a Korean player. So a posting fee, I believe it was around $5 million. Which is not much.
Probably won't be the last either.
Yeah, and now the wave is coming. There are a lot more position players in Korea. And because of the success of Gung, I think the biggest question all these years has always been, how would it translate from the Korean Baseball League to the big leagues? You know, how do you classify Korean baseball? Is it single A? Is it double A? And I think most would agree at this point it's probably a double A, triple A level of talent, but you're in a major league environment, which is a big part of it.
Right.
They get huge crowds. They love baseball there.
Season isn't as long over there, and not as many games, and that's certainly an issue for position players, not so much pitchers. He's handled it nicely. He's been a big part of how they have been able to get to where they are this year.
You know, the one thing every organization is concerned about with players coming up to their major league team is how they're going to handle the press, how they're going to deal with the big crowds, the stage of Major League Baseball. So you don't really have to worry about that with players like Jung, because he's been there. He knows that side of the game.
But they shouldn't be classified as rookies.
I agree with you on that.
They just shouldn't.
Yeah, I agree with you. Jam shot. Little roller out to Mercer. He's got to hurry. The throw is not in time. Segura beats it out. Another infield hit for Gene Segura.
He seems to get one of those every other day, and you have to be very quick on a ball hit like that by Segura. And Jordy Mercer charged it hard. He knew he had to be quick, and Segura, that long stretch, that long lunge with the leg, finally able to beat it. Another infield hit for Segura.
24 infield hits for Segura.
Look at D. Gordon. Goodness.
Yeah, making a run at a batting title. Hernan Perez, RBI single in the 4th inning. He drove in Segura. Brewers led 6-1 at one point. Then the Pirates scored 3 in the 4th to make it 6-4. There goes Segura. Perez will let him run. No throw for Cervelli. Second stolen base of the game for Gene Segura.
And the Brewers have 3.
Segura with 2. Braun has 1. "24 steals now for Segura.
And no chance for Cervelli. He was down on his knees and didn't even bother getting up, making the throw.
In the scoring position with 2 outs. Perez takes a ball inside. Speaking of stolen bases, Segura is in his 3rd straight year of at least 20 stolen bases, or 3 seasons of 20 or more stolen bases. And he is one of 6 players in franchise history to do that.
Got his own sliding mitt.
Chopper and Gung again. Makes all 3 outs. So the Brewers strand a runner at second. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Brew Crew leading by 2. Catching up with us, let's get you caught up as Jason Rogers delivered a run with an infield hit. That was in the 1st inning. The Brewers were able to score 2 runs on that play. Added 3 more in the 3rd inning. Alvarez hit a home run in the 2nd, and then the 3-run 3rd inning, including a home run by Chris Davis, a 2-run shot, his 20th of the season. Elian Herrera had a double to cap off that 3-run 3rd. Brewers led 6-1 at that time, as Hernan Perez driving in number 17 of the season, but then Travis Snyder driving in 2. And then a sac fly by Jordy Mercer made it a 3-run Pittsburgh 4th inning.
Yeah, the only 2 walks issued by Taylor Youngman have come around to score today.
6-4 our score. Youngman coming off a 3-up, 3-down inning in the 5th. He's got Gung, Alvarez, and Cervelli due up here in the 6th. I would imagine any sign of trouble, and Craig Counsell is going to get that bullpen active. Pitch count at 89 for Youngman. fastball strike. 1-2 now.
Yeah, most of the guys in the bullpen have not pitched since Friday. Or actually since Thursday, actually. First game of the series, the extra inning game.
1-2 pitch. He got him. Curveball in the dirt. Gung strikes out. Taylor Youngman has now racked up 7 punch-outs against the Pirates.
And just about every one of them have been on the curveball. 3 in a row now for Taylor Youngman. Hey, it's Fan Appreciation Night at Miller Park presented by Chevrolet. Next Saturday, September 19th, against the Reds, there will be a number of great prizes and giveaways throughout the evening, and one lucky fan will even walk away with a brand new Chevy Trax. For details, go to brewers.com/fanappreciation.
Here's Alvarez. Been on twice, homered, and walked and scored. That home run was his 23rd of the year. A solo shot in the second inning. Pirates sitting 2.5 back of the Cardinals in the division race. St. Louis is up 6-2 on the Reds today. That game's in the 8th inning. Cubs have come back. Cubs were down early. Now they are tied with the Phillies 4-4. Top of the 7th. Coughlin is homered in that game, as has Ryan Howard. Yankees Blue Jays are done today. Yankees shut them out 5-0. Tanaka got the win today for New York. Masahiro Tanaka is now 11-6. Make it 12-6. I beg your pardon. Yankees needed that one. Blue Jays had come in and were looking for a sweep. Yankees now 3.5 back at Toronto. Tanaka went 7 shutout in that game, by the way. Got a good race going on in the American League West. Astros lead the Rangers by 1.5 games. Houston is in Los Angeles today, or in Anaheim, to take on the Angels. They're underway. Angels lead 1-0. Second inning there. It's early. As Alvarez walks. And a tough out for Youngman today. Alvarez on base for the 3rd time, and another walk.
He's trying to throw that changeup to Alvarez, and Alvarez just not biting on it. Didn't want to really throw the fastball. Last time he threw him a fastball, he hit it out of the ballpark.
That starts the bullpen in motion for Craig Counsell. Here's Cervelli with one away. Tyler Thornburg loosening up. Figure Youngman's got one more hitter. If he gets him out, he'll probably get to stay for one more. If he puts him on, it'll be the end of the line, most likely. And now Maldonado's on his way out. He's trying to get him through it. He's had good defense behind him today. Youngman got a great effort with Cervelli at the plate early in this game. That was back in the 2nd inning. It looked like a home run off the bat. Looked like it was headed out until Davis with a snatch him back.
Saving a run, then he hit a home run. Next inning.
Great play by Davis. Little tapper in front of the plate. Youngman will field it. Bobbles, and no play anywhere. He was trying to hurry. And now 2 on with 1 out.
I figure that's going to be an error. Little things that, just mistakes you make when you're playing playoff caliber teams that, really are going to end up hurting you. Easy play, lifts his head up a little bit too soon, and by the time he picks it up too late. Got to play clean baseball against good teams. You really do. You can't make mistakes. You can't be walking batters. And
it makes me bring up an old wound here. That was correctly scored an error. That was exactly like the CC Sabathia play that was scored a hit.
Right.
In his one hitter here in Pittsburgh in 08. Robbing Sabathia of a no hitter. It was the same exact play.
Yep. I think it was around what, the 7th inning, I think it was. 6th or 7th inning.
Yep.
About the same time of the game.
Andy LaRoche was the batter.
I think it's a different official score.
Let me see. Yep, it is. Well, Counsell is going to let it ride here with Youngman. Snyder hurt him in the 4th. 2 RBI double.
He got behind him in the count. 2-1 pitch, and he dumped it down the left field line.
And that one's in the air. Playable. Slicing over to Davis. He wants it. And he's got it for the out. It's a big out for Youngman. So 2 outs for Youngman. And here comes Jordy Mercer now. Cardinals have put another run on the Reds. They lead at 9-2 now in the 8th. And the Phillies finally retired the Cubs in the 7th. So that game's at 4-4 going to the bottom of the 7th in Philadelphia. Pirates lead the wild card race over the Cubs by 3 games. Mercer, ground ball to Herrera, and that will do it. Youngman comes back strong after a 3-run 4th. Puts up back-to-back zeros. His day likely done. A beautiful afternoon here. Ryan Braun fronts the Powerball home run leaderboard. Has hit 25 home runs. His last game in Cincinnati, the first leg of this 3-city road trip. You got Davis, who hit number 20 just a few innings ago, back in the 3rd. A 2-run home run for Chris Davis. Changes here for the Pirates. Sean Rodriguez, the Uber utility man, will come into play right field. And the new pitcher is Antonio Bastardo.
Yeah,
Double switch.
Yeah, good numbers for Bastardo. One of 3 left-handers down in that bullpen for the Pittsburgh Pirates. A 314 earned run average. You can see more strikeouts in innings pitched. Good opponent batting average right at 200. He worked a scoreless inning on Thursday against the Brewers. He's been pretty good with the strikeouts. He's got 13 strikeouts in his last 7 appearances. That covers 7 2/3 innings.
So Braun will get us started here in the 7th. The Brewers up by 2 and a 6-1 lead until the Pirates scored 3 in the 4th. Taylor Youngman most likely done today. 102 pitches. Just ran into trouble that one inning in the 4th inning, but he came out of it well. Put up scoreless frames in the 5th and the 6th, and he's in line to win his 4th game against the Pirates this year. Would be his 10th win overall if the bullpen can take it the rest of the way. And 4 of the 10 against a very good team in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and looking to lay another loss on Francisco Liriano. He didn't lose much as of late, except at a Brew Crew.
Liriano was chased early today in the 3rd inning. Liriano went 2 1/3, giving up 5 runs.
Yeah, it looks like a pitcher right there that's done for the day.
Two 2-0 on Braun. Bastardo delivers. Brewers have put together a good season against left-handed starters this year. They'd like to add one more win to that total. Actually over 500 against left-handed starters. And for a team that is 18 games under for the season,
that's pretty good.
Bucking the trend.
19 and 16 in games started by lefties, not necessarily beating the lefty, but not too bad when you consider a lot of your thumb comes from the left side. You know, Jeanette is off against lefties. Lynn most of the time.
Just got to encourage the opponent to start left-handers against the Brewers. Braun strikes out. He was ahead 2-0, but Bastardo comes back to get him. One away for Chris Davis. 2 home runs in this series. This was against Burnett on Thursday night, and he hit one up and over the shrubbery in center field. 104.6 off the bat. Today, very similar spot, but it gives you the idea of the power of Davis. That only came off at 94 miles an hour, the exit velocity, and he still gets it out of here.
Yeah. Incredibly strong. I mean, quick hands, not a lot of movement until he starts at bat. Very relaxed up there at the plate with lightning quick hands.
Normally you see exit speed off the bat in the 90s, in the low 90s, and those aren't typically ones that go out unless you have the right kind of swing, the right kind of angle.
Backspin. Got that nice level swing.
Another former Philly, Antonio Bastardo, in this Pirates bullpen. Breaking ball, chop foul. Davis remains in a 2-2 count. Both of these teams will enjoy an off day tomorrow. It's the second to last off day the Brewers will have. Pirates are finishing up a run of 20 consecutive games. The home stretch is coming.
Yeah, Brewers only have 2 off days remaining. One tomorrow and then one before the series in San Diego.
And just 9 home games left. 6 coming up. Cardinals Reds starting Tuesday, and then 3 against the Cubs October 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That series might have a lot riding on it for the Cubs. Craig Counsell saying these teams are our playoff teams this year. These games. Cubs, Cardinals, Pirates all contending. The Brewers are not. So you're trying to disrupt what they're doing.
And make life miserable for them, right? Why not?
Pitch number 8. And Davis into right. Rodriguez just got there, and he'll make the play for out number 2. Well, next weekend you can help the Brewers Community Foundation stuff the bus with winter gear for students in need of attending Milwaukee Public Schools. Bring your new or gently used hats, scarves, gloves, and mittens to the Red Series next Friday through Sunday. All fans making a donation or contributing $5 to the cause will receive a commemorative Chris Davis pin. Plus, on Sunday, look for the Fox Sports Wisconsin Fan Express bus to drop off your items. Details at foxsportswisconsin.com. Much needed winter gear. So help the cause and enjoy the Brew Crew. As Jason Rogers delivers with his 3rd hit of the day. He's 3 out of 4. And a 2-out single in the 7th.
Yeah, first pitch breaking ball from Bastardo. He left it up in his zone. And Jason Rogers seems like every time he gets a start, he's going to help you somehow. 3 hits, a run scored.
Domingo Santana with 2 away. This is low. 2-0. Bastardo. Got the first 2 men out. He struck out Braun. Got Davis to fly to right. Brewers would love to tack on a run or 2. Santana certainly has the power to do that. Had a double yesterday. Doubled off the right field fence in the extra inning win on Thursday night. A strike in there.
Yeah, Rogers has already today scored on an extra base hit from first base. Hammer went into that left center field gap and let it roll to that 410 sign.
Wow. An extremely wild pitch. And Rogers will go to second base. That one almost bounced over the head of Cervelli.
Yeah. He got a piece of it, though. Not sure what part of him got a piece of the baseball, but we'll see here. Look at this. Got him on the shoulder.
Usually I just put WP on my scorecard.
Put 2 W's.
I'm going to put a VWP. That was a very wild pitch. Maybe 2 V's and then a W and then a P. That allows Rogers into scoring position. Now Santana can add to the lead. 3 balls and a strike to count. And it's low, ball 4. Santana walks. Bastardo running into some trouble here with 2 away. Which will bring up the switch hitter Herrera.
How about the Pirates? No activity in their bullpen. These guys are in a pennant race. Very quiet out in that bullpen right now. The Brewers have activity.
Herrera can make him pay. He's got 2 hits already today. Drove in a run with a double in the 3rd. Jason Rogers kept the inning alive with a single, his 3rd hit of the day. Santana walks. Now Herrera with 2 outs. That's in there. Strike. 94 with a fastball from Bastardo.
Yeah, that one right down the middle. Surprised that Herrera didn't chase that one, or at least take a whack at it.
If you're just coming over from the Packers game, the Brewers jumped out early today, chasing Francisco Liriano in the 3rd inning. And they lead 6-4, threatening in the 7th. Ooh, that didn't miss by much.
Yeah, that's not been a strike all day to either team. Pretty close. Remember that one that wasn't called on Maldonado? That one looked like it was off the corner.
2-2 is the count. Brewers led 2-0, then 2-1, and then 6-1. A 3-run Pittsburgh 3rd has made it 6-4. That's where we sit. There's a called strike 3. Herrera trying to work a walk. Gets punched out. Brewers strand 2. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning in Pittsburgh. Quiet here this afternoon. They lead at 6-4. Bottom of the 7th coming. Our Marshfield Clinic leaders in relief. Check out the game's pitch this year. Will Smith is the leader in the bullpen, but Jeremy Jeffress about to come on and make yet another appearance. And Craig Counsell got 6 innings out of his starter rock. He's got it set up exactly the way he wants it to get to the finish line.
Yeah, only one bad inning for Taylor Young, and that was the 4th base hit, walk double. As Logan Schaefer takes over in center field, that moves Santana over to left. So Counsell shoring up his defense just a little bit. Jeffress, as we talked about, 64th appearance so far this year. And last pitched on Thursday here at Pittsburgh, and the Brewers' victory in extra innings. 2/3 scoreless for Jeremy. Has been unscored upon in 15 of his last 16 appearances.
Facing Sean Rodriguez, who came in on the double switch defensively last inning in right field. And his first at bat of the day. 9-1-2 coming up. Anybody gets on, the Brewers will have to deal with McCutchen. Jeffress with that big fastball, power sinker.
Power sinker, good curveball. Curveball's been a pretty good pitch for him as of late. Got the big movement, sometimes too much, ends up out of the strike zone.
I saw Jeffress coming into the ballpark today on one of those new electric scooters, you know, the
2 wheels.
You balance on them. It's impressive.
Yeah.
He just like strolling along.
It's a mini Segway, right?
It's kind of a Segway without anything to hold on to.
Right, yeah, got to balance. That's for young kids.
There's a swing and a miss, and Jeffress with a strikeout. Punches out Rodriguez. One away here in the Pirates 7th. Every weekday, America's pregame brings you live reports from the biggest games to get you ready for all the action. Catch America's pregame 4 p.m. Central on FS1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
Now, did he go all the way from the hotel to the ballpark?
Yeah, and he had his little roller bag behind him too. So I was a little nervous for him, but I think they're easy to ride. They're really safe.
He's a professional athlete. I mean, that's easy for him.
It's a 2-wheel electric scooter mini balance body feeling car. Little skateboard. Oh, Herrera. That one ate him up. Should have been an out. Herrera cannot make the play, and Harrison will reach with 1 out, and the tying run is coming up.
Yeah, well, you can't make mistakes, and those are the things. You're playing good teams. About as easy as it gets. He's had a lot of much more difficult plays to make today, and see Jeremy Jeffress, his reaction. He knew that was an out. That's the second error on the Brewers in the last couple of innings.
Well, it can't be giving teams like this extra outs, especially at the top of their order.
Errors, walks, they come back to bite you.
Neil Walker, you got McCutchen on deck. And right back up the middle, base hit. Harrison on his way to third. Well, another foot or two either way, and that's probably a double play to end the inning. Instead, Walker banged it right back through the box.
It should be man on first, nobody out, or 2 outs. You know, the error opens up the inning, and now Jeffress is in big trouble with Andrew McCutchen coming up. And Josh Harrison, with his good speed, able to get into third base.
And the last guy you want to face in a spot like this, Andrew McCutchen. McCutchen has just 3 hits in this series, but one of them was an 8th inning game tying home run on Thursday night. Opposite field homer. An error and a single. First and third. 1 out. And a fastball strike. McCutchen's one of the better high velocity fastball hitters in the game.
But what makes him really good is he waits back well enough on the breaking pitch and is able to drive that one into the gap and into right field.
Those runners in scoring position numbers are impressive. 380 average, 8 home runs.
He hits everything.
He's had the highest batting average with runners in scoring position since the All-Star break. And a big cut. He was right on it, but he fouled it back, and it's 0-2 now on McCutchen.
Very similar to the pitch that he hit out on Knebel on Thursday night. Fouled that one straight back. He would like to have that one back again.
McCutchen has been a Brewer killer through the years, but has never had a hit against Jeremy Jeffress. Brewers would love a ground ball double play chance here. As McCutchen, look out. Late swing, fouls it back. I think he might have been sitting on the breaking ball and just able to get it started in time to foul that one off.
And that's how good a hitter he is. If in fact he was looking breaking pitch, still able to foul off mid-90s.
97-mile-an-hour fastball. It looked like he took it right out of the mid of Maldonado. And the at-bat continues.
Maybe try to bounce the curveball here. Youngman got him on strikes on a curveball in the dirt.
Maldonado asking for a couple of shakes. Gets it. Let's see what he does. Fastball, line to right. Base hit. He just doesn't miss him.
No.
Especially when he's going good. And now it's a one-run game as Andrew McCutchen delivers again. RBI single to right. 6-5 Brewers.
Well, it's all fastballs to Andrew McCutchen. I should say all strikes. Hung a curveball right here, and McCutchen, he would like to have that back. Yeah, it was an emergency swing right here, then right back to the fastball out over the plate and bangs it hard into right field. So the error comes back to haunt Jeremy Jeffress. So 2 walks have scored. An error now has scored. And the Pirates within 1 run.
First and second, 1 out. Here's Gung. Cardinals had a comeback today. Cubs had a comeback today. Pirates are trying to come back today. All 3 teams battling for the division title. But all 3 will be in the postseason. Two and 0. One out error by Herrera has opened the door here. Back-to-back singles, Walker and McCutchen. Brewers set up to turn a double play. And Gung lines one, left field, base hit. Santana's out there now. The throw to the plate is cut off, and we are tied.
Give him an inch, he'll take a mile. And you open the door for him, and this is what happens. And a fastball in, and Gung able to turn it around into left field. Well, he pulls those hands in and hits a rocket into left, and so much for the 5-run lead for the Brewers. They're all tied.
It was 6-1 going into the bottom of the 4th. Pittsburgh has come all the way back. And they've got the fever going here at PNC. Now Alvarez comes up. And Jeffress has to get on his game quickly. Alvarez has the kind of pop to put this one away right now. You rarely get runs off the late inning relievers of the Pirates. Brewers cannot afford to go behind in this game.
Well, they're going to see those guys anyway, regardless. Now it's a tie game heading into the 8th inning.
And an off day tomorrow. The last 4 batters have reached an error in 3 consecutive singles. And in there, a strike.
It's amazing what it does to that dugout. And this is what Alvarez did in the 2nd inning. A fastball away. Center field knocked it out of here. Got the Pirates on the board. You got to avoid a fastball to this guy out away from him. That's his hot zone.
Yeah, had him out in front. Chased one. And Alvarez in a 1-2 count.
Now you start this inning with a strikeout, and then you think you're going to have 2 outs, nobody on. All of a sudden you make an error. You got a man on for energizes that Pirates dugout, and you can see what they've been able to do.
One ball, 2 strikes. First and second. McCutchen is the runner at second. He represents the go-ahead run. Alvarez back up the middle. Chance for two here. Segura will start a 6-3 double play. And the inning is over, but damage done. 2-run score. We are tied at 6. And the Pirates get 2 in the 7th inning. Final game of this series. Tomorrow is an off day, and then we're back at it Tuesday night against the St. Louis Cardinals. And the Brewers trying to get out of here with a series split. Up 6-1, now it's 6-6. And the Pirates are into their late inning relief. The setup man, Tony Watson.
Yeah, second time we've seen Watson in the series. 67th appearance for Watson. Excellent numbers. Normally a hard thrower. Velocity down last time we saw him in the series. 224 earned run average. He tossed a scoreless inning on Friday night. And has been very good here at PNC Park. 37 appearances this year. He's given up only 3 runs.
Both starters will not factor in the decision. Youngman and Liriano. Youngman had a chance to win his 10th game today and beat the Pirates for the 4th time, but that is all gone now, as the Pirates have scored 5 unanswered runs to tie it at 6. 8th inning from Pittsburgh. Maldonado leads off. Watson and Melanson, one of the great 8th, 9th inning combos in all of baseball this year. Melanson is the National League leader in saves. And Watson usually hands it over to him in that position.
Take a little off the fastball once in a while. He calls it a change-up. Slider for Watson, who can get it up there to about 95 miles an hour at times. We didn't see it on Friday night. No, you're going to get a fastball to hit with this guy out there in the mound. He likes to be aggressive, likes to throw hard.
Maldonado down on strikes. Change-up from Watson. One of the many pitches in his significant arsenal. Miller Lite, what's on tap? Starting Tuesday, we'll see Ariel Pena again. He'll get his first start at Miller Park. And then Peralta, Jimmy Nelson. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. All games starting at a little after 7 Central. And every Brewers Live pregame getting started at 6:30. Here's Logan Schaefer now. Counsell put Schaefer in the game with a 2-run lead, trying to bolster his defense. Means he removed Chris Davis from the game, which is a bat you'd love to have right now.
Yeah, no kidding.
But all part of the plan for Counsell to have his best defense out there, and it was defense that opened up that inning. An error by Herrera.
Yeah, not in the outfield though, right? That's a risk you take. You tighten up your defense, you at the expense of offense. But Schaefer's been swinging it pretty well. Got a tough lefty to deal with though here today.
2 outs. Top of the order, here is Segura. And a shot, but right too short. And Mercer makes a play. So Watson holds serve. Bottom of the 8th coming. Pirates, Brewers tied at 6. Nope. Right. Yeah. The great Roberto Clemente, and Branch Rickey used to always say he has the intangibles of a Jackie Robinson. Certainly does. Clemente would be proud of this ball club. The Pirates over the last 3 years have changed the culture here. They made themselves a perennial contender, and they have come back here today. They now are tied 6-6 as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Cervelli, Snyder, Mercer due up. Jeffers is back out there, at least for this batter. Looks like Hurdle's going to pinch hit Michael Morse. Got Thornburg and Smith loosening. And Morse, who hit the grand slam last night, a pinch hit grand slam, is on deck. Almost daring Jeffers to stay in the game.
Yeah, he's had a number of big hits against the Brewers. He did back on the homestand for Milwaukee.
There's a strike. Jeffers and a 2-1 count on Cervelli. The no panic influence of Clint Hurdle. And they have come all the way back. Interesting that all 3 of these contending teams in the Central Division have had comebacks today. Cardinals fell behind early 2-0 to the Reds. They won that game 9-2. Cubs were down 4-0 to the Phillies. Phillies ended up winning that game 7-4 after the Cubs had tied it.
It's not easier not to panic when you're 30 games over 500.
Yeah, good point.
You've seen it before. Your team falls behind, they come back, and no big deal to you, right?
Cervelli into center. Schaefer is right there. And there is out number 1. And Michael Morse will be announced. And let's see what Counsell does here. Last night, Morse with the knockout punch. Grand slam.
Cesar Jimenez had walked 3 batters, and then Morse came up on the 3-1 pitch. Knocked it out of here.
And to take it from a 6-2 game to a 10-2 game, and that's where it would end. Jeffress will stay. Both relievers have stopped down in the Brewers bullpen. Morse hitting for Snyder. He was late. Foul ball, missing the bag at first. 1 ball, 1 strike on Morse. Pirates got him from the Dodgers. Dodgers flipped him after 1 day in Los Angeles. He wasn't even in Los Angeles. He was traded from the Marlins to the Dodgers on the 30th of July, and then on the 31st, he was turned around and sent from the Dodgers to the Pirates.
8 for 24 this year as a pinch hitter. Not too bad.
And that's up the middle. Herrera ranging over, sets his feet, and there is out number 2. 2 up, 2 down for Jeffress. Jordy Mercer now. 2 outs in the 8th. Brewers are going to have to see the Pirate closer next inning. And they're hoping it's not a save situation for Melanson.
And they're going to have the top of their order coming up, the Brewers.
Perez, Braun, and Davis, or rather the pitcher spot due up. See a pinch hitter in that spot. Sure, you'd see Adam Lind if the game's on the line. Jordy Mercer with 2 away in a 6-6 game. Pirates up 3 games on the Cubs in the wild card race. Now 3.5 with the Cubs lost today.
Yeah, but the Cardinals finally broke their losing streak. Need a win to keep pace.
Cardinals had lost 3 straight, 8 of 10 before their win today. On their way to Milwaukee. And now Maldonado wants to talk it over with Jeffress.
And the discussion is you've got a full count. You don't want to throw one down the middle, although Mercer doesn't have big home run totals. He does have some pop in that bat. He hasn't played much as of late. That's Sean Rodriguez on deck. Got to make sure that you don't throw a cookie down the middle.
Full count, 2 outs. Pirates half of the 8th. And a called strike 3. Jeffress rings him up. A 3-up, 3-down inning. We go to the 9th, tied at 6. Tied at 6 to the 9th inning we go. Last game, last matchup of the year between the Brewers and the Pirates. And Mark Melancon, the National League's top closer, will enter this game in a 6-6 tie. Brewers will have Perez, Braun, and Davis lead off. You might see Lind pinch hit after Davis if it gets to that point. Actually, Jeanette's going to pinch hit for Perez to start the 9th inning.
Yeah, 45th save came on Friday against the Brewers. So you get the better matchup with the left-handers. You get Jeanette to lead it off. Hope to get on base for Ryan Braun. 25 of his 45 saves have come here at PNC Park.
And Jeanette on the first pitch. Little flare into left field. Easy enough for Josh Harrison for out number 1. Nobody ever imagined that Melancon would turn into this kind of closer in the big leagues. Came up with the Yankees. They traded him to Houston. Had good numbers in Houston out of the bullpen, but not closer kind of stuff you didn't think. And then his second year as an Astro, they put him into that role. Remember, the Astros on their way to losing 100 games. He ended up with 20 saves for the Astros, and now that changed the narrative a little bit for Melancon. That cut fastball he throws and that he developed spending time in the bullpen with the Yankees with Mariano Rivera. He went from the Astros to the Red Sox in 2012, and he's been here in Pittsburgh since 2013. First setting up for Jason Grilli, and was an all-star as a setup man, and then emerging as the closer last year, and now he leads both leagues in saves.
Yeah, 78 saves last couple of years, so he's been pretty good. Hadn't blown too many. I was looking to hang an L on him here today. There's that cutter.
They call him the Shark.
Throws strikes, doesn't mess around too much. Most of the pitches he's going to throw is that cut fastball.
Two balls and a strike on Braun. Never mind, he'll step out. Ryan has walked, he's singled, he's scored twice today. Coming inside on him. Yeah, Braun had one to hit, fouls it away.
Yeah, tried to front door that cutter, nearly made a mistake on it. That's a dangerous pitch. I mean, you got to be pretty confident in that pitch to do that. And one mistake, and that's right down the middle of the plate. Why wouldn't you be confident if you're Mark Melancon?
This is his age 30 season. Turned 30 right before the season started in late March. And having his best season of his career. Sharp slider missing. It's one of the great bargains in all of baseball right here. You got a A-list closer and an all-star for $5.5 million. That's all going to change, though. Arbitration eligible after this season, meaning he'll get a big jump in pay, and then he's a free agent after next season. Fly ball right field, hit pretty well. Rodriguez going back, and he's got it just in front of the wall.
Johnny right on it.
2 outs.
Cut fastball, he stayed right on it. Hit a line drive, but Rodriguez playing deep in right field, able to make the catch.
2 up, 2 down. Here is Chris Davis now. Davis has some history against Melancon late in games. And he swings and bounces to third. Gung will wind it up, and that was easy. Melancon pours right through the Brewers in the ninth. Bottom of the ninth coming. Pirates. Brewers tied at 6. Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Book your stay now. Big crowds Sunday afternoon. They got the postseason fever going here in Pittsburgh, and the Brewers are trying to hang in there and get this one to extra innings. Shane Peterson will come in to play left field. So Davis is out. Jeanette stays in. And in a 6-6 game in the bottom of the ninth inning, it's going to be Will Smith out of the Brewer bullpen.
Yeah, Will came in in Thursday's game against the Pirates here at PNC Park, a third of an inning. Struck out the only batter that he faced. Came in with the bases loaded, got Gregory Polanco on a strikeout. 76 strikeouts in 53 and a third innings for Will. Much better against right-handers than lefties this year. Interesting stat.
Sean Rodriguez will start it for the Pirates. It'll be a second at bat. He came in on a double switch in the 6th inning, or top of the 7th inning, and then batted in the 7th. Struck out. Taylor Youngman started. He went 6. Jeffress running into trouble in the 7th, giving up 2 runs, but there was a costly error in that inning that opened the door for the Pirates. And they had an RBI hit from McCutchen to bring him within 1 run, and then Gung had an RBI single to tie it. Jeffress ended up with 2 innings, 2 runs allowed, 1 earned. And a wave and a miss.
That's a good slider, good curveball going for Smith. A lot of times he's going to miss with that or leave it up in his zone. It's that back foot breaking pitch he likes to throw to right-handed batters.
Oh, and 2 the count on Rodriguez. Got him. Smith took the bat right out of his hands with that fastball. 94.
Breaking ball, fastball gets him right on the outside corner, and he waves at it.
And the first out of the inning. Top of the order now, Josh Harrison. The Pirates have had 9 walk-offs this year. That's a lot. Had 3 of them in August. Harrison had one back on June 14th against the Phillies. That was in extra innings. Pirates have played a lot of extra inning games this season. And of those 9 walk-offs, only 2 have been in regulation. 2 9th inning walk-offs. Everything else in extras.
Now he's got the count in his favor, 2-0. Yeah, both of them fastballs. Not a guy you want to have reach base. He can run.
And now it's 3-0. And I would imagine he would be very patient here. Walker is due up next. This is the part of the order that did the damage in the 7th. Harrison reached on that E4, and then Walker, McCutchen, and Gung all had hits in a row. Popped him up. Segura will make the call, and he's got it for out number 2.
Yep, in the bright sunshine. So Will Smith able to come back after falling behind 3-0, and a borderline pitch might have swung at ball 4.
And now Smith will face the switch hitter Neil Walker, who will turn around and bat right-handed. Two outs in the inning. McCutchen is on deck. That's a guy you're trying to avoid. Big curveball in there for a strike. Walker has much more power as a left-handed hitter. Another breaking ball in there for a strike.
Yeah, right on the back door. Nice pitch. Trying to stay away from the power of Neil Walker. Don't give him anything to pull. Much better left-handed hitter as far as power goes than a right-handed hitter.
Walker's hit 13 homers. All of them have come as a left-handed batter. As a right-handed hitter, Walker hitting just .247. No homers, 8 RBIs. 13 homers and 51 RBIs. And a .268 hitter is a lefty. Smith trying to send this one into extra innings for the second time in this series. The 0-2 pitch. 1-2 now. This crowd is quiet.
Yeah.
It's a big crowd, but they're silent right now, waiting for something to happen. Walker, left field. Peterson just in the game, fighting the sun, and he's got it to end the inning. Extra innings from Pittsburgh. We're going to the 10th. All tied at 6. Feed your wild side. Turned out to be a beautiful afternoon here in Pittsburgh. Joakim Soria will come on to pitch the 10th inning for the Pirates, and the Brewers will have Jason Rogers lead off, and then Peterson, and then Herrera scheduled to hit. We'll see if that's the way it goes. You still got Adam Lind over there.
Yep.
Rogers has had a good day today. He's got 3 hits and has scored a run. He's driven in a run. So he'll get an at bat here in a late clutch situation.
Yeah, Soria in for the 3rd time in his 4-game series. Worked a scoreless inning on Friday. Yeah, the Pirates picked him up from the Detroit Tigers back on July 30th.
Rogers 3 out of 4, all singles. His RBI came on an infield hit in the 1st inning. Game began with a 21-minute rain delay. And now we go into extra innings. Brewers fighting with everything they've got against a contending team. Pirates scoring 5 unanswered runs after the Brewers took a 6-1 lead in the top of the 4th. Youngman gave up 3 of those, and Jeffress gave up the other 2. But there was a costly error in that one.
Yeah, 2 of the 4 runs that Youngman allowed came on walks. Walked a couple of batters in the 4th. They both came around to score. An error in the 7th with 1 out opened up the scoring for the Pirates to be able to tie it. Can't make mistakes. Can't do that against teams like this. Brewers are sitting pretty, but still have a shot to win this one.
One of those 2 runs Jeffress allowed was earned. And Rogers up the middle. Mercer lays out for it and can't find the handle, and Jason Rogers hit number 4 of the day.
And let's see a pinch runner and get some speed out there at first base. We'll see what Counsell elects to do. Still has 4 guys remaining on the bench. Lucroy probably not available. That makes it 3. So another base hit for Rogers, his 4th.
A career high for Jason Rogers. And the Brewers have a man on to start this 10th inning. Let's see if Shane Peterson is up there to bunt. His first at bat of the day.
Well, you're down near the bottom of the order. Do you allow Peterson to swing away, maybe try and get a base hit? Well, you play for one here.
Joakim Soria, Peterson not bunting, and he takes strike one. Cardinals have won. Cubs have lost today. So the Pirates with a win would remain 2.5 behind the Cardinals, 4 up on the Cubs. But the Brewers are trying to get out of Pittsburgh with a series split and send them 3.5 back of St. Louis.
Yeah, a lot of room in that left center field gap for Shane Peterson. And they got Josh Harrison playing Peterson like a right-handed pull hitter, but shallow. Look at all that room out in left center.
Two and two. Soria, a former closer with the Royals. Rangers traded him to the Tigers last year for the stretch run. He got hurt, had an oblique injury, and was not the same once he came back. As Peterson, a shot, that's the third, that's an out, and that's a double play. That is a line drive out and a double play to wipe out the base runner.
Yeah, kind of a tough spot Jason Rogers is in right there. And not sure if it's on a hop. Young catches it in the air. There you see it right as it is getting ready to hit the ground, and they turn a double play. Tough break for Shane Peterson.
Five-3 double play on the line drive out. Here's Herrera now with 2 away. Nobody on. Looking ahead to the Pittsburgh 10th inning. They'll have McCutchen, Gung, and Alvarez coming up. Soria's got Herrera in a 1-2 count. Elion with 2 hits today, drove in a run with a double in the third. And a foul tip in and out of the glove of Cervelli. They went with Watson and then Melanson. And now Soria. Watson and Melanson retired 6 up, 6 down in their 2 innings. And down goes Herrera to end the inning. Andrew McCutchen will lead off. We head to the bottom of the 10th. Will Smith. This will be a showdown here in the 10th inning. Big crowd at PNC Park. They are anxious for a walk-off. Greg Council's team trying to survive another inning. Brewers had it rolling early today, scoring 5 runs off Francisco Liriano, but only 1 since, and have not scored since the 4th inning, partner.
Yeah, Clint Hurdle pushed the right button, right? He took his left-hander out. I mean, the guy that's been there for him all season long, and it was a good move. 2 2/3 innings for Liriano. He pulls him, and he's in position to win the ball game. Ended up being a very smart move.
McCutchen will start it. Had a key RBI single in the 7th that brought the Pirates within 1. In there, a strike.
Got a good sharp breaking pitch today. Does Will Smith. See that check swing. You don't see that very often from McCutchen.
Smith worked a 3-up, 3-down 9th inning. Down and in. McCutchen has had a walk-off this year. That was against the Cardinals in the 14th inning of a game in July 11th, as a matter of fact. That was a walk-off homer for McCutchen. Drives one to right, a base hit. McCutchen with 2 hits when they matter most.
Well, Smith made a mistake with a fastball right there. And can't do it to McCutchen, getting too much of the plate. Maldonado wanted it down and away, and can't make mistakes to this guy. Well, there's your winning run.
And now we'll see if the Pirates ask Gung to drop a bunt down. He's your cleanup hitter. But you need one to win it. Gung with 2 hits. He had a single and an RBI that tied the game in the 7th. And he's got some big power, too.
Has not dropped down a bunt yet this year. No sacrifices for him.
I'm guessing no, then, is the answer to that question. And takes a strike from Smith. Gung had a grand slam earlier in the week in Cincinnati. Has 15 home runs on the season.
And with Maldonado behind home plate, you don't expect the Pirates to run. Maldonado shut down the running game pretty well in his starts in this series.
Wants a breaking ball. Long look. McCutchen stays put. Gung pulls it foul. Bottom of the 10th inning in Pittsburgh. Brewers led 6-1. Pirates scored 3 in the 4th, added 2 in the 7th to tie it. And here we are in extra innings. Smith deals. Gung takes a called strike 3.
Right down the middle. I wasn't expecting that one on a 0-2 pitch. Thought maybe Smith would waste one. Look at this. Not sure how you take that one. That splits home plate right in half.
Second strikeout for Will Smith. He's retired 4 out of 5 that he's faced outside of that single by McCutchen. And Clint Hurdle is going to go to his bench now. Instead of Alvarez, the lefty, Aramis Ramirez will bat. That's the thing about the Pirates right now. They've got big time weapons off their bench. Whoever Hurdle decides to start, he's got movable parts. And he's got a lot of experience off the bench. And when you can go to a guy like a Ramos Ramirez in a game like this to avoid a matchup situation, you're in a great spot.
Yep, and remember, he's got Polanco waiting on the bench from the left side, Travis Ishikawa, Marte's on the bench. So, yeah, he's had a lot of thump sitting over there waiting to be used.
It's already used Michael Morse, who hit a grand slam last night. So here is the former Brewer Ramirez with McCutchen at first, and he'll step off in the throw.
Obviously, be careful first pitch.
Ramirez always ready to swing at that first one if he likes it, and it doesn't just have to be a fastball either. A spinner in there for a strike. Smith trying to get a double play out of Ramirez. He's bounced into more than any other Pirate this year. 19 of them. Brewers have their outfielders very deep, trying to cut off a double in the gap. Anything in a gap, McCutchen's going to score from first.
They say try and cut it off.
But there's a lot of room out there to cover for Schaefer and Peterson.
And a lot of room in front of that outfield.
One ball, one strike. Long pause and a check on McCutchen.
I don't see McCutchen running in this situation. He might run with Cervelli up if there's two outs. Got a power hitter up there. But it doesn't hurt to throw over.
Just to let him know you're thinking about him. He's got a big lead. And Ramirez takes a ball, almost hit him.
The problem is you spend a little bit too much time worrying about the runner at first. You lose focus on the hitter. And that's the guy that can do damage. Two and one, a different story, though.
Good running count. He stays put. Ramirez had a good swing, but he fouls it back. 2 balls, 2 strikes now on Ramos Ramirez. Teammates to start the year and enemies right now. Smith knows him and Ramirez knows Smith. Aren't many secrets.
No.
Just about who executes.
Right. You got to make your pitch.
2-2. McCutchen at first, carrying the winning run. And Ramirez fouls it away. Ramos last night doubled twice, drove in 2 runs. Not in the starting lineup today. Pinch hitting here in the 10th with the game on the line. We'll do it again. Another 2-2. And a check on McCutchen instead. Ramirez has found his power stroke here recently. He has hit 4 home runs in his last 12 games. He's a streaky hitter that way. Shallow right center, long run, and Schaefer will run it down.
Oh, he had to bust it over there. He's playing deep. That's the risk you take when you're playing deep in the outfield, protecting against the double. Shave with good speed, got a good jump, and able to haul it in for out number 2. This is where McCutchen might think about taking off, although he's not been running a whole lot this year. Got that bad knee. But if he were to run, this would be the time to do it.
It was a leadoff single by McCutchen, and he's still there with 2 outs. Francisco Cervelli 0 for 3 today. He thought he had a home run in the 2nd inning, had enough distance to get out, but Chris Davis leaping took a home run away as he crashed into the wall and made a great catch. That'll be one of the best catches of the day in the big leagues. I'm sure you'll see that all over the highlight reels. Didn't miss by much.
Yeah, that's that corner's been closed all day. Paul Schreiber hasn't liked that pitch. That fastball in the outside corner.
If the Brewers get to the 11th, Maldonado, Schaefer, and Segura will bat. 8-9-1. 2-0 is the count on Cervelli. 2-1.
Talking to himself. You saw on Fox Tracks where that pitch ended up, right down the middle.
Big league hitters usually say they get one good pitch to hit in an at bat. That might have been the one.
He just got one.
Smith has 2 men out, trying to get this one to the 11th inning. 3 balls and a strike now. Back in a hitter's count. Well, you might see McCutchen take off here, trusting that Cervelli would take ball 4. And if it's a strike, you trust that he'd do some damage. We'll see. And the Brewers thinking the same thing. They check on him. Smith's not an easy guy to get a read on. He left-handed, has a quick move, a couple of variations on his move.
And he will slide step from time to time. Not sure if he'd do it right here.
He's got to make a big pitch. 3 balls, 1 strike. McCutchen stays put. Cervelli pops it up. And Logan Schaefer makes a catch to end the inning. We go to the 11th. All tied at 6 in Pittsburgh. We got a good one going this afternoon. Sunday afternoon turning into Sunday evening here in Pittsburgh. Game started with a 21-minute rain delay, and then the sky broke, and just a beautiful afternoon here. But we're tied at 6 as we go to the 11th inning. Aramis Ramirez will remain in the game to play first base. The new pitcher is Jared Hughes. So Hurdle has used up his late inning relievers. The Brewers have withstood those bullets, and now we'll face the ground ball specialist, Jared Hughes.
Well, Clint Hurdle now has to go in reverse. He's got his closer, then he had his setup man, then you kind of go trickle down the line until you get back to your long relief. If this game goes that long. Hughes has had great numbers. He's induced 9 double plays this year to go along with that 247 earned run average. Worked on Saturday, 2/3 scoreless.
Adam Lind will pinch hit for the Brewers. Maldonado is out. Saw Maldonado sprinting down to the bullpen. That's always a nice call. Hey, Maldi, you're out of the game, and we need you to go down and catch a few relievers in the bullpen.
Yeah, you're out of the game because every time you catch, we play extra innings.
Golly. That is, you talk about a tough break.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if Lynn can make it pay off, and does right away with a base hit. A single to left. Adam Lind on the first pitch, wasting no time. Pinch hit single. And there is the go ahead run.
Same as the 10th inning. Jason Rogers had a base hit to start the 10th. He got doubled off. And now Adam Lind with a leadoff single. This might be a bunting situation for Logan Schaefer. He's in the 9th spot in the batting order. You got the top of the order coming up.
And Schaefer is a very good bunter. Pirates are expecting one. They've got Gung in on the grass at third. Lind does not run well. There's the bunt, and Schaefer bunts it foul.
Well, you hope to be able to bunt it toward first base. You know, Ramirez a little bit unfamiliar with first base. That's number one. Number two, he's got to hold the runner on at first base. It's got to be a good bunt because Lynn's not that fast.
Good work by Will Smith here today. Gives him 2 impressive innings.
2 innings out of Jeffers, 2 innings out of Smith. You don't see that very often from Counsell. They don't do that too much.
And with an off day tomorrow, a little more flexibility to do that. But the fact that those 2 pitchers, and Jeffers did give up the lead, but he came back out for a scoreless 8th inning. When the Pirates are rolling out their best relievers, trusting their offense, Counsell has been able to withstand those relievers as Schaefer bunts it foul again. And now it is 1-2.
Got to get it down. Last thing you need here is one of those double play balls that Jared Hughes is so good at getting.
Leadoff single by Lynn. Schaefer trying to get him on the move. Got the top of the order coming up in Segura. And then Jeanette. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Takes a ball. It's always difficult bunting with 2 strikes. But that's what Counsell's asking Schaefer to do. He's his best bunter on the team.
Well, because he doesn't want to get that ground ball. I mean, Jared Hughes gets a lot of ground balls. That's why he's still bunting. We'll see if he keeps it on.
He does, and Schaefer gets it down right back to the pitcher. And that's a good bunt. Sacrifice for Schaefer. Got it down with 2 strikes. That'll put Lind into scoring position, representing the go-ahead run. And the top of the order coming up. Schaefer, who had the game-winning RBI on Thursday in extra innings, sacrificing in the 11th inning here today.
If you're Adam Lind, you got to get a big secondary lead off of the bag. Average runner at best. Had to get off there and have to score on a base hit.
1-1 to Segura. Gene's had a nice day today. 2 hits. He's walked, scored twice, has 2 stolen bases today. And that batting average keeps heading north for Gene Segura. He's hitting .271 now. And that's a fly ball, shallow left. Harrison went back, and now that's going to fall for a base hit. Lind on his way to third, and he's in there.
Yep, inexperience in left field. It's happened a number of times in this series with Josh Harrison out there. Is not as comfortable in the outfield as he is in the infield. Right off the end of the bat, Harrison froze, and by the time he realized he had to come in, playing as deep as he was, not able to get there. There's a break.
Huge break. This play was close. Lind able to get to third base. He was kind of caught in no man's land.
Well, Gung wasn't at the bag. I mean, if he is, I think he might have a play.
Yeah, good eye. You're right. He was about 5 feet from the base. Boy, that is a huge mistake for the Pirates. That should have been a routine out. And instead, Scooter Gennett will step up there with runners at first and third and 1 away, and a chance for the Brewers to take the lead.
And don't put past Craig Counsell to drop down a squeeze bunt.
Gennett on the first pitch. Ground ball. Walker to second for 1. Mercer double play. Out of the inning just like that. Jared Hughes picks up his left fielder. 6-6. We're still tied. Third and 1 out, and Segura, or rather Gennett, bounces into a 4-6-3 double play with Segura at first.
Well, that's what Jared Hughes does, right? I mean, he gets the double play balls. We talked about it the entire inning. That's why you had Schaefer bunting with 2 strikes. And first pitch, wouldn't you know it?
Travis Ishikawa is going to pinch hit to start the bottom of the 11th. The Brewers have a new pitcher in. Tyler Thornburg will enter after 2 scoreless out of Will Smith.
And again, the Brewers are going to be working in reverse now. You still got K-Rod out in that bullpen. Nevenassi's going to take over behind home plate. Maldonado's out. Thornburg last pitched on Thursday and was very good. 2 scoreless innings for Thornburg. He's had an earned run average under 2 since returning. Sardinius in the game at shortstop, second base rather.
So here is Ishikawa back in a pennant race once again, this time with the Pirates.
Well, you figure Thornburg is going to be out there for a while. That's a double switch for Craig Counsell. Jeanette would have stayed in the ball game. Nobody left now on the bench for Milwaukee, assuming that Jonathan Lucroy is not available.
A safe assumption. Ishikawa hit that dramatic pennant winning home run for the Giants last year against the Cardinals, sent them to the World Series. One of the great moments in postseason history. And Ishikawa, who's been a journeyman throughout his career, up and down from the minor leagues, bouncing around from organization to organization. A game-winning home run to send your team to the World Series. Pop up into left field. Peterson playing deep, can't get it. That's down. And Ishikawa now on his way to second as Peterson bobbled the ball.
And he was going to go back. I think they might give Peterson an error on that play. Had he come up with it cleanly, Ishikawa was on his way back to first. Man alive, what a turn of events, right? Boy, Brewers sitting pretty, a double play ball, and now a bloop down the line by Ishikawa. He was satisfied with going back to first base if Peterson picks it up right away. Then he falls down, and now the winning run at second with nobody out. Ouch.
It's going to be the third error of the game for the Brewers. Pedro Florimon will pinch run for the Pirates, and he carries the winning run. That's a flare single and an error, allowing Ishikawa to second. Florimon out there now. Here's Jordy Mercer. Had a sac fly and an RBI in the 4th inning. And a bouncer. Sardinius makes the play, a heck of a play to get the out, but it's a job well done for Mercer as he advances the winning run to third base with 1 out.
Yeah, just a last minute stab at it. He was able to grab it. They're in right there. I think that Segura would have been able to keep it in the infield if nothing else.
It looked like the umpire shielded Sardinius too. He lost that ball briefly. That ball definitely passed between the umpire and Sardinius. That's a pretty good play right there. If the Brewers get out of this inning, that's going to be one to remember.
Yep. But again, had he not been able to get to it, I think Segura is going to be able to keep it in the infield, and he might not get it out of first base, but the run probably wouldn't have scored.
Sean Rodriguez, instead of giving signals, the Pirates' third base coach Rick Sofield is verbally communicating with Rodriguez and his runner at third, Florimon.
To make no mistake.
Infield in.
Outfield in.
Game on the line here, and Rodriguez is hit. Thornburg drills him.
Not the worst thing in the world.
No, not at all.
I mean, now you set up the double play at least. Not that he was trying to do that. Hits him right on the knee.
But in this game, it's the best game for reasons like this. Josh Harrison went from being the GOAT of the day. Now he is up there with a chance to be the star of the day.
And the Brewers are going to keep the infield in. I don't feel as though they're going to be able to turn the double play with Harrison hitting.
Winning run at third. Harrison takes a strike. Well placed fastball from Thornburg. Harrison didn't like that call.
No, infield's in, the outfield very shallow. They're at a spot where they feel as though they can make a throw into home plate. And they're bunched.
All good arms out there. Good, accurate arms. All three outfield spots. Florimon can run. In the dirt, skips away. Florimon started, then stopped, and hustles back. Man, oh man. This game is something. Mercer goes to second on a wild pitch. That was a great play by Nevin Ashley.
Yes, it was. The ball bounces way in front of him and keeps it close. Just close enough, and Florimon has to get back.
And this game's got some serious intensity to it. Pirates got a lot to play for here today. The Brewers are trying to spoil the party. And the 1-1 line into left. That's it. Harrison with a walk-off. And Pittsburgh comes all the way back to win this one today. The 10th walk-off of the season for the Pittsburgh Pirates. And the second for Josh Harrison. Brewers led 6-1. Pirates come back to win it 7-6 in 11 innings and drop 3 out of 4. And the Pirates remain 2.5 back of the Cardinals in the National League Central. This is how it ended right here.
Yep, fastball in after a curveball in the dirt, and Harrison with a quick hand is able to knock it into left field.
Well, it has been a season of disappointment for the Brewers, and this stacks up as one of the most disappointing days of them all.
Yeah, they gave it away basically. You know, the walks, the misplays, the errors. That's the way it goes.
2 runs in the 7th to tie it. The Pirates win it with a run in the 11th. Clint Hurdle's team goes to 30 games over 500 with that win. Time for Brewers Live. Let's send it to Jeff Grayson in our Fox Sports Wisconsin studios. Jeff.